girl reached the age of 18, she began to think she's grown. That's the kind of little girl you can never find at home. Come see me early in the morning, baby, by the break of day. Lord, you saw me hug my pillow where my baby used to lay. One drink of wine, two drink of gin. A pretty girl, you bug me in the shape I mean. Come see me early in the morning, baby, about the break of a day. Lord, you saw me hug my pillow where my baby used to lay. The juke joint and I peeped through the door. She's doing the woogie woogie in the middle of the floor. Come see me early in the morning, baby, by the break of a day. Lord, you saw me hug my pillow where my baby used to lay.
I said bring champagne when I'm thirsty. Hell, you can bring me a reefer when I wanna get high.
down, sideways, and Boney M.
Yeah.
For that, Oreo Speedwagon.
Oh, good. Yeah.
Play some Metallica.
That's Wind and Fire.
AC/DC.
All right. I'll do one of mine then. Here she go. Like a hellhound.
Baby, not right now. I'm gonna show you how nice a man can be. You ever heard that, ladies? One of these fine days, baby, I'm gonna show you how nice a man can be.
Young people, now you listen to me. You're all spoiled. You've had it easy.
Suck on a two-tone double in it. Money grabber is your shop. Suck on a two-tone double in it. A money grabber will make you look just like three. With a chicory pug going. Make a bad thing look good to me. With a chicory pug going.
And I was swimming in the deep sea. But I'd have all you good-looking catfish swimming. If you swim in oh, everything. Well, I'm broke and I'm hungry. I'm ragged, baby. I'm so ragged and I'm so dirty too. If I clean up that darling, can little Stevie come home with you? I wanna go. pictures grow. That's the kind of little girl you can never find at home. Come see me early in the morning, baby, by the break of day. Lord, you saw me hug my pillow where my baby used to lay. One drink of wine, two drink of gin. A pretty girl, you bug me in the shape I mean. Come see me early in the morning, baby, about the break of a day. Lord, you saw me hug my pillow where my baby used to lay. The juke joint and I peeped through the door. She's doing the woogie woogie in the middle of the floor. Come see me early in the morning, baby, by the break of a day. Lord, you saw me hug my pillow where my baby used to lay. Hello, 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 hello. Welcome to Harpin By The Sea 2021. Welcome world, we've finally got it. 6 months on, here we are, here you are. I'm Richard Taylor. I'm going to be your host for the next 20 minutes or so. Then I'll be joined by Paul Gillings in the studio. So I'm Richard Taylor and you're watching Harping By The Sea 2021 on Zoom and on YouTube, coming to you live from the UK and bringing good vibrations to all music and harmonica lovers on planet Earth. I hope you've all got a C harmonica at the ready, guys and girls, because shortly I'm going to ask you to join me in some Friday evening, early evening in the UK, Friday evening music making, just to warm ourselves up before the very wonderful Victor Puertas joins us all the way at no expense spared, all the way from Barcelona in Spain. Now, Harping By The Sea, folks, is a free event. However, we do politely ask that you show your appreciation for all our amazing guest artists by contributing whatever you can manage to our PayPal fund. The link's going to appear, I believe it's in the chat at the moment. Also, buy yourself a raffle ticket, everyone, for a chance to win some great harmonica gear. All proceeds from the raffle will go to our charity, which is called Wishing Well Music, and they bring bedside music therapy to children in critical care. You can also buy a Harping By The Sea t-shirt in your preferred colour, displaying our fabulous Target logo. We're not just blues and we're not just blacks. You can get pinks, you can get greens, you can get any colour you like there. Just go to our website and select your colour, send that off, and you could be, before you know it, you could be wearing a t-shirt with this fabulous logo displayed in the middle, just like Darren Slacks on our website. Hi Darren, give me a wave. Good to see you. Okay, he's like, did you see me? Did I possibly? Yes, you did. You were the first to buy one of our splendid, are you wearing it at the moment? If not, why not? It's in the wash. Okay. Anyway, get yourself t-shirts, get yourself raffle tickets, because all that fund, all that money goes direct to helping poorly children in hospital who are in critical care. Great. Now, full details of our upcoming schedule, PayPal link, raffle link, guest artists and sponsor information is available on our website, which you'll find at www.harpinbythesea.com. You can use a G, you can leave the G out. This is not the Steve Wright show. Harpinbythesea.com. Everything you need is there. And please note that all timings are shown are London, UK timings, okay? We also ask that you respect the no entry sign on our backstage artist room. I mean, please do take advantage. Please do take advantage of our breakout rooms. They're located normally at the bottom of your screen, and you can visit. You can go and visit our artists and some of our sponsors when they've done their presentations. Over the weekend, tomorrow, Saturday and Sunday from 12 till 5, there'll be an additional breakout room featuring John Cook with his repair workshop. 12 till 5, Saturday and Sunday. You can break out, go and see John Cook and tell him all about your harmonica repair needs, maintenance, modifications. He'll show you how to do everything from, I nearly said embezzlement, I'll say embossing instead. From embossing through to changing reeds, you name it, he'll be there with cameras all around his studio. Great stuff. And then there's the public bar as well, where you can chat with fellow harmonica fans. You might even meet, as I say, one or two of our artists and sponsors. However, please note the drinks aren't included. We also ask that you respect the no entry sign, as I said before, in our backstage artist room, as we are running sound checks there throughout the festival. Our guest artists and sponsors and technical team will be hard at work there and should not be disturbed. You will have opportunities to meet everyone else after their presentations if they're available. All our archive video, actually at this point I'd like you to give a great big Harping By The Sea round of applause to Russ Turner for all the hard work and endless hours he's put in to work on these fantastic videos. I hope you enjoyed all that footage there. and you got to meet the team already, doing all their crazy stuff there. There's plenty more archive video. At the start of every presentation with each of our guests, there'll be a 10-minute introductory video of them playing at Harpin By The Sea. We've got footage going back over 10 years. And also when they're done, there'll be another 10 minutes of their live archive performance, courtesy of Uncle Russ in the video centre. Big thumbs up to you, Russ. Thanks for all your hard work. All our archive footage has been lovingly curated and compiled by our man in the VT room, Russ Turner. Feel free to check out his YouTube channel. This bit's difficult. For a cornucopia of great, that's a lot, isn't it? Of great harmonica video recordings, including 10 years of Harping by the Sea. Go to YouTube, search out OXHARP, Ox Harp, and you'll find it all there, and not just Harping by the Sea, lots of other terrific footage too. Now, as you've seen, we are muting your microphone in the main arena here, so please enter any questions or comments you may have in our chat on Zoom, or if you're on YouTube, you will have a chat there, and the wonderful Ben will be feeding through your questions to us in the main stage. If we get to a point with our artists where we run out of time to answer your questions, that will be your opportunity to meet them backstage afterwards if they are available. Okay, feel free to introduce yourselves to us as well. I've seen already that when you first arrived, we've got people joining us from as far away as Hawaii and India and Canada, Colorado, Arizona, New Mexico and Devon. So great to see everybody here. And my name's Richard Taylor. Welcome to the Harping by the Sea 2021, coming to you live from the UK, where the time is currently 7 minutes past 5 in the evening. Next up, shortly, we'll have the wonderful Victor Puertas, who is going to tell us all about one of my favourite personal blues harmonica players, Gary Primich. Do I hear you say, ooh? No, because you're muted. Do I hear you say, ah? You're still muted. I'll say it for you. Great. Make yourselves comfortable, folks. Dig it. Don't forget. Tell all your friends. And don't go away. I need you to stick out your elbows like this, guys, wherever you are around this fabulous world of ours. Stick out your elbows with me. It's stretch time. Lean to one side. Open up your breathing airways. Have a yawn. All of you in Hawaii where it's 7 o'clock breakfast time, and a big stretch. And the elbows out. Lean the other way. Big stretch. Get your C harmonica ready, people. Okay, this is where I asked Ben or one of our team maybe to take a screenshot. I'm going to share something on screen with you in a second if I can find it. We've warmed up our breathing, guys. We now have to warm up. We're very diligent harmonica players, aren't we? Yes, Richard, we are. So we have to warm up now our embouchure. What's that, Richard? Embouchure, guys, your chops, okay? All good harmonica players have to warm up their chops. So I need you to stick out your lips with me like this and say, I love to play harmonica. Can you do that? I love to play harmonica. You're looking fabulous. You're looking absolutely fabulous. I love... Whoopsie. Oh, the fish has sunk. Whoopsie. Come back, fish. There we are. I love to play harmonica. Now, you've got to hide your teeth. I love to play harmonica. You're not all doing as you're told. Come on. Hide your teeth. Warm up. I love to play harmonica. And now, big smiley faces. Stretch your cheeks. Say, I love to play harmonica. Fabulous. And now drop your jaws. Hot potato, I love to play harmonica. Okay, I wonder. What does this say? Close your eyes and I'll kiss you tomorrow. Oh, I think we've jumped the gun. Can we all see this on the screen? Can you see that on the screen? I think you can. We're coming to you live from Brighton in the UK. But since we're in the UK, I think it's important that we all warm up with a little bit of Beatles, some Beatles, people. Grab your C harmonica. Grab your C harmonica and go to draw 5. You can see the up, down arrow draw, up arrow blow. You can see the music in front of you. Let's just play along a little bit of the line, and I might have a backing track we can join in and we can all warm up with. Here we go. Let's just play along the first stretch. Here we go. We're at the end of the first line here with the Beatles, All My Loving. Draw 6 now. Let's go for the next stretch. Here we go, next bit. If you haven't got a harmonica, sing along. Okay, time to play along to music. Count of 6 beats and we're straight in. Enjoy. One more time, guys. Well done. Here we go. And now, and while you're away, I'll write home every day. All my loving. Fantastic. Well done, everybody. A few more moments and we'll be running some video footage of Victor Puertas live at Harpin By The Sea when he joined us. Crikey, it wasn't so very long ago. I think it was 2018 when we had our Super Buskers theme. He was there with Rory McLeod and also the brothers of Mother Shovel. Sadly, Rory can't join us this year. However, Adam Burney from the brothers of Mother Shovel will be with us. That's for sure. I'm looking across at our raffle totalizer. And folks, you've already helped us raise over £1,200 for the children who are in critical care. And lots of lovely comments have come in from you too. So thank you on behalf of all the team here, all the medical team at the Alex Hospital, the Children's Hospital. Frederick Hertzberg was first off the mark. I don't know what you were doing on the 24th, Frederick. That would be Julafton in Sweden. You should have been busy dancing around the Christmas tree and drinking snaps and having your herring. Anyway, you said, looking forward to Harping By The Sea. Thanks for that. Ocean Clancy followed up with good luck with the draw in the event. Morris Smith, back in early January, said, great cause. Music heals and brings comfort. Share the love. We're trying our best. And also in Sweden, Matthias, my friend Matthias. Hejsan Matthias, hur mår du? He says all the best. Cheers from Matthias Boogie Force. Johnny Hunt, the wonderful John Hunt, terrific harmonica player, says well done guys. And Mary Beth, who I do believe is with us in the Royal Box this weekend. Mary Beth comes to all our harp surgery workshops every week. She beams in every week, twice a week from Atlanta, Georgia. So a big shout out to the lovely Mary Beth. And she also ordered a pink t-shirt, folks. She ordered our very first pink Harpin By The Sea logo t-shirt. Not long after Darren ordered his black one there. Okay. Mary Beth said blessings to all. Matthias Weiler in Germany. Guten Tag. Matthias, he says keep on harping. Lots more wonderful. And Richard King B. Cruttenden says great to support this fantastic cause. Charities are struggling right now. Absolutely right. I call him Richard King B. Cruttenden. We have a lesson every week, don't we, Richard? And this guy built me, back in the start of lockdown, built me my very first and my very own beehive. I've got no bees yet, but I've got a lovely hive in the corner of the garden. But I've got my my lemon juice, whatever you call it, essence, ready for when the sun comes back out and the rain stops. So hopefully I'll get a swarm when the season starts there. And I look forward to spreading that on my toast. Thank you, Richard King B. Cruttenden. Time check, folks. It's just gone 5:15 in the UK. In 5 minutes, I'm going to ask Russ in the VT to show us a little bit of footage from Victor live at our Super Buskers Harping by the Sea in 2018. Going across, don't forget, folks, we are trying to do our best for all the 15 artists that are here with us, plus 2 others that couldn't make it. We've got 2 special guests, you may have noticed from the agenda, who will be joining us for the first time later on this evening. We will be joined by Mickey Raphael. Mickey Raphael, commonly known as Willie Nelson's harmonica player. What a treat. Prior to that, Aki Kumar, very close friend. Aki Kumar will be joining us from San Jose in California. Can you believe it? 1 minute Barcelona, next minute California, then with Mickey in Dallas in Texas. It doesn't stop there, folks. We're heading over to Uruguay during the weekend. We're heading down, popping down as you do, to Cape Town for a little bit of sunshine, midsummer down there. Dave Ferguson, all round Europe, Spain, Germany, lots and lots and lots of fun to be had. So in the meantime, I'm looking down my list of folks who have sent us messages through to our charity, our collection pot, the PayPal fund for our guest artists, because they are struggling at this time. And how about it? You know, despite everything that's going on with pandemics and so on, we have been able to miraculously bring all our past artists together live with the use of internet. And some of you, many of you have already been contributing to that fund. So, you know, at the risk of sounding cliched, we do ask you to dig deep and give whatever you can manage to help our artists. Robert Davis has done that, and he said, good luck and thanks for hosting this great event. He'll be watching us from Canada. And Jenny Coleman and Tom Coleman, Tom's still at school, but he's a fantastic harmonica player. They say hi from all the Coleman family. Kenny Anderson, he's dropped some money in the bucket, and he says, looking forward to seeing some archive footage of the evening concerts, all of which have been superb. And just earlier on today, Andreas Proscher, he says, thank you for making this event possible. Well, you thank, yes, I'd like to thank all the team, Russ and Ben and Matthew and Trevor, all the team here that have spent months. We were back in August. We didn't actually know whether we could do anything at all. Obviously, we had to watch the clock, and we had a deadline, November, December. Could we go back to the Brunswick in Hove and do it there as normal? And eventually we ran out of time and thought, well, shall we go for an online event? And we liaised with our great friends at SPA over there in the United States, and they helped us with some top tips from their online festival that they put on last summer, and also our dear friends at Harmonica UK who did the same with their festival also. So thank you to everyone at Spa, thank you to everyone at Harmonic UK for your help. Hopefully we'll be moving things forward and be able to share what we've discovered with this new medium as well, taking music live to the world. Is anything going to stop the harmonica playing? Anything going to stop the blues? Not on your Nelly. Mr. Russ Turner, are you ready in our video centre, please? And thank you. I think it's time for me to be quiet now, mute myself, and hand over to you to show us a little bit of Victor Puertas. Run VT, Russ.
Well, you ought to see my baby. You know I girl so fine. She loved me in the morning and every night. She's always on my mind. That is sugar cold love. Yeah, that sugar cold love. She's a real gone baby and a dog in me. She's mine. Well, I don't have to worry about money. Don't have to worry about clothes. Don't have to worry about anything. She's my baby and goodness knows that she can call it love. Come on, baby. Yeah, that she can call it love. She's a real girl, baby, and a dog, baby, she's mine. Well, you can take your pick of the others. Take the one you may choose. Well, I'm holding on to this baby of mine because she got what I can use, and that is sugar cold love. Well, it's sugar cold love. She's a real girl, baby, and a darling baby, she's mine. I got it. About money, don't have to worry about clothes, don't have to worry about anything. She's my baby and goodness knows that is sugar cold love. Well, it's sugar cold love. She's a real girl, baby, and a dog named baby, she's mine. You got it. Come on. fire cold. Tell them how to butterfly. Hell, think she's my baby, good as no. And I sugar love. Baby, sugar cold love. She's a real kind of people, and a town made me if she's mine. Well, sugar cold love. Yeah, the sugar cold love. She's a real kind of people, and a town made me if she's mine. Yeah, she's a real kind of people, and a town made me if she's mine. Oh, let's go home, baby.
Hola, hola, hola. Victor, I need you to unmute. How are you from Barcelona? Can you hear me?
I hear you.
How fantastic. Give everybody a big wave. Everybody give a big wave back to Victor. Flown in at no expense from Barcelona. Benvinguts in Harpin By The Sea. That's the only Catalan I can speak. Apart from soy Moshen Ricardo aquí. How are you, Victor? Good to see you.
Good to see you, man. I'm doing. I could say I'm doing good, but I'm okay. Just put it this way. I'm okay.
Have you been? What's it been like in Spain with COVID? Any opportunity to perform?
We had. I mean, everything started in March, like everywhere, and I had some. I was a little bit lucky about it because I had some shows they didn't cancel. But I feel this is going to for too long now, and this last month I'm feeling it's going worse than last year. And actually, like an hour ago, they just called me. They canceled a gig we have tomorrow. We should have tomorrow, and they just canceled. So I mean,
Well, you have our sympathy. I'm sure that's true for so many musicians all around the world, you know. So hopefully Harping by the Sea can do a little bit to support you through this weekend. And it's been a great opportunity. If everything else has been a bit of a downer, at least it gives us the chance to meet you again and all of our other wonderful guest artists as well. So, and hopefully it won't be too long with vaccines and so on before we can kind of get back to normal, right?
let's see what happened. I don't know. I don't know about that, but let's see. If it's been, like I said, it's been for too long, this situation. I need to see people and share music and good moments with people. That's the most thing.
So what are you doing to fill your time when you can't be playing live?
I mean, maybe, you know, I'm playing with many bands. I'm besides harmonica, I cheat sometimes, and I play other instruments, and I'm playing with other bands, and now we have new CDs. Like with my brother, with the Suitcase Brothers, we were thinking about recording something new this year because we got time for that. And
Is that with your brother Santi, right?
Santos.
Santos. Is he still in Texas or?
Oh, he moved back he's living pretty close to Barcelona now, like in 45 minutes from Barcelona, and they moved back here. They miss the Mediterranean weather, and
I bet, and the cerveza and the good food as well, right? Talking of yeah, because when you say you play other instruments, I can see you have a keyboard beside you there, and I will never ever forget you know, they say dreams do come true, because when you joined us in 2018 for Super Buskers as half of the Suitcase Brothers, we then had the Brothers of Mother Shovel from Croydon, crazy guys from here in south of England, and also, of course, Rory McLeod, Super Busker himself. And you and Rory and me were in my front room. You were on the piano, I was on harmonica, Rory was on trombone, and man, did we party. That was crazy, right?
That was really good times. I really, I told you, and I'm pretty honest about it. I had so much fun those days in Brighton and in your house. Really, I still remember your breakfast. The, how do you call that? The with the sauce on it.
The full English, was it?
I think so. Yeah, I think so. And yeah, I really had. I did, and I never met Roddy before, so it was. I heard about him a lot. I got a good friend here in Barcelona. He loved his music, and I listened a lot. And when I knew he was playing it the same days like me, I was like, wow. That was
I
good.
tell you, it was a very. I kept all the pictures because I saw Rory when I was at college in London on a street corner busking one time, and I lost track of all my friends. They drifted off into the crowd. I was rooted to the spot. So as soon as I saw him busking there on a street corner, never ever forgot that. Very special. And when you guys got together, and then at the end of the show, we were all on the same stage. That was quite amazing. But Victor, you're going to talk to us and do a little bit of, show us the inside of working, playing like one of my all-time favourite blues harmonicas players, Gary Primich, right?
Yeah, you told me to be part of this festival this year, and I think I answered you like 3 weeks later, because I was really I didn't know what to tell you at the beginning, because you know all the good players are here in this festival, and I was wondering what am I going to teach, because you know I don't know what can I teach like new or in the blues music especially. So I thought about Gary Primich. I've been listening to Gary Primich since I started playing harmonica when I was 13, and listening to Gary Primich, it was those moments that I started buying harmonicas in every key, because in that time I didn't know about the different keys, and so I got all that process listening to Gary Primich, and he is the biggest influence I have. And
Is there anything in particular about his playing which makes him stand out for you?
Yeah. Well, there are many things. I mean, if we're talking about technically in the technique, we can talk about a few things. But I love his songs. The way he his licks are kind of his own licks, and since you listen to the guy just from minute one, you know it's Gary Primich, and that's we can tell, we can call it like the tone and those little details about the instrument, but the way he composed and everything, it was unbelievable. Yeah.
Do you remember, just going slightly off tracks, do you remember when you came over, you remember Stuart? My colleague, the co-host? Stuart. No? Okay. Well, Stuart and I. Okay, I'll say why I raised Stuart's name, because I know Stuart's in the audience. Stuart Mackay and myself and a couple of others started Harpin By The Sea way back in 2010. Now, I was talking to Stuart earlier on. He sends his love to everybody here, and I'm sure you will send your love back to Stuart, those of you who know him from previous Harpin By The Seas. But he was, Joe Falisco often comes over and stays at Stuart's house, right, Victor? And on one occasion, Stuart was telling me this morning, Joe Falisco gave Stuart this beaten up box with a beaten up harmonica inside it, right? And Stuart said, well, that's very kind of you. Does it work? And it worked okay. But then Joe kind of let Stuart check it all over. And as he checked it all over, he saw the name that was written on the front of the box. It just says Primich.
Oh,
Can you imagine that? Sadly, Gary's no longer with us, but Stuart's got one of his harmonicas, that's for sure. And I hope you're going to get.
now you're. Yes. I got something that I would love to show to you because I got the same thing.
Whoa.
Yeah, I'm gonna say it. I don't care about it. Joe, I'm sorry I hope you don't mind, but Joe Felisco, he knew I was a big fan of Gary Primich, and because I was thinking about making some tribute to him with some book or some CD, I don't know yet, and he sent me one of his Gary Primich harmonicas, and
Whoa.
still in the in the original. I'm gonna keep it like this. Actually, I got it on my underwear closet.
Okay. So no one's going to steal it in the night. That's a special memento, right? Special souvenir.
Yes. So I keep it. So thank you, Joe. I told you before, but thank you again.
As we go through our hour together, Victor, I wish we could spend all night together and get you around the piano again and the trombone and all that kind of stuff. I'll try and feed you some questions as they come in from our chat, and I know Ben is keeping an eye on the chat on our YouTube. So big shout out to everybody who's watching us on YouTube at the moment. Am I right? Are you happy to, if we overshoot and people have questions, are you happy to meet folks in the breakout room afterwards?
Sure. Yeah, no problem about it. I mean, if I can understand it, I'm sure. Yeah, I'm gonna be happy to be there and answer whatever I can. Yeah.
So what's the first song you wanted to look at as far as Gary's music goes?
Yeah, I was thinking about a couple songs that somehow everybody can play it, like beginner people that is starting playing harmonica, and they can it's an easy melody. You can make it difficult with some techniques, but it's an easy one. So the first one is going to be Feel Like Going Home, that you can find it on Botheration CD, and it's a song I've been playing a lot with my brother, and I'm gonna just.
It's a fabulous tune. I was going to mention, by the way, you very kindly supplied us with your tabs for this. We've hooked those up to your artist page on the Harpin By. There you go, like that, folks. You can go to Harpin By The Sea website to our artist page, look up Victor, and in resources just below the top there, you'll be able to download the PDFs for yourselves that Victor's very, very kindly prepared. And I do say they are extremely detailed.
Yeah, I would like to explain every detail, if you don't mind. You want me to do it now, or
would you? Well, it's up to you. You take it as you wish, Victor. I also have a PDF here I could bring up on the screen and share. If that's going to be of help to you, I can do that too for you.
Yeah, I think we don't need that now, but
no. Okay, over to you. You tell us what harmonica key we need and so on. If you need help, you let me know and I'll step aside, okay?
All right. It's good to talk to you, Richard. All right, so hi again, everybody. And let's talk about a little bit about Gary Primich. Like I said, I started listening to Gary Primich when I was around 14 years old, and I remember listening to him like night and day, over and over, and trying to play every note and every song. And so there's a few things about Gary Primich. I mean, of course, his technique, the way he plays the instrument it was absolutely amazing, and because he got. In my opinion, he could do the most easy melody and very not too sophisticated, and played so tasteful. But at the same time, he could jazzy. He could swing or make a boogie like nobody else, and play really strong. So I after a few years listening to him, when I turned 18, I went to Texas because I was a big fan of, and I went to Austin just to meet him. Yeah, it was a little bit crazy, and I got the chance to play with him and talk to him, and so, like I said, he was playing easy stuff, easy melodies, at the same time playing like very unique licks and very good stuff. So you can hear something like, before going to feel like going home, there's a few songs, like pretty easy ones. I mean, you got this octave going on and vibrato and all these things, but it's an easy one, and you can hear something a little bit more sophisticated, like let's try something else. So the balance, in my opinion, the balance about easy stuff you can play with your instrument. I mean, that's, for me, that's the blues. You don't have to be you don't have to go like super fast or very accurate about the notes. And the blues is way more simple than that, in my opinion. But at the same time, it's so hard to get to that. Anyway, I'm gonna stop talking and I'm gonna show you this song, Feel Like Going Home. This one, it goes in the key of A. I mean, the song is in the key of E, and we're using the A harmonica. And I'm gonna play Gary's songs just for a second so you can hear it in case you never heard before. I got it right here. Yeah, this one.
Lord, I feel like going home. I tried to fail, I'm tired and weary. Everything I did was wrong. Now I feel like going home. Lord, I tried to see it through. It was too much for me. Now I'm coming home to you, and I feel like going home.
So here comes the melody again. All right, so I really hate to stop songs in the middle, you know. But anyway, let's go into the harmonica thing. So now you listen to the real thing. So let me explain a little bit about the details about my stuff here in this paper. I hope everybody got it. So let me explain a few things. I'm using. I'm sure everybody knows. I'm using Joe Felisko way of taps for harmonica because, in my humble opinion, they are the best ones. Because you got all the information there. You got the bars right here, you can see it. You got the bars, because sometimes you got the tabs and you don't have the where to play. Okay, so that's good. And then you got the numbers, arrows going down for draw notes, arrows up for the blow notes. Okay, and then we got some vibrato going on here, and we got some other details about. I'm using, okay, I hope you can see it. I'm using bend notes, like right here. I'm using 2 bars for the second bend. And what else I can tell you right now? I got this tiny little thing here. It means it's a 3. In this case, is a 3 draw coming from a bend. So instead of writing a 3 bend and then the 3 natural 3, I put this little, I don't know how you call that in English, but this little thing here. The other thing you can see, this line here in the 3 means it's a dirty note. So that means instead of playing a 3, he's playing a 3 and 4. And talking about details, that's one of the important details about playing harmonica. When you want to do it like very clear, and then you want to put just the dirty note, just exactly the one you want. You don't want to use too much. You just need a little bit of 4. The 3 is always, I mean, the one in the left side, it's bigger always than the right side. If you're in the 4, okay, so okay, I need a shot, I think. Okay. Let's go to the song. Let me play it just once for you without any other instrument. And then I'm going to use the piano because it's easier for me to play with. So it goes like this. I'm going to play it once. I hope you can follow the paper. It goes 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, well, first of all, I'm gonna play it a little bit easier. Okay, not many things going on. So 3, 4. I hope you got it. Like I said, you can add many details as you want. I mean, in this case, using your hands is pretty good. It's an acoustic one, so you can use the wah-wah thing. Okay, for the wah-wah, I'm not gonna talk too much about technique things, but put your hands the best way you can put it. I don't know how to tell you. I don't have big hands. I got, especially my fingers are pretty short. So I try to put the best. I close this. I close my with my left hand a little bit like this. Some people, they say it's better to open it, but I feel more comfortable like this. In my case. Okay, so everybody's different, fortunately, and so find your own way. Let's go again with the song. I'm gonna play it with all the details, vibrato, with my hands, and we're gonna talk about the tongue blocking a little bit later. So it goes 3, 4. Okay. Okay. Details about the song. If you're not playing tongue blocking, you got a problem. If you don't play tongue blocking, it's okay. So that's why I picked this song, because you can, if you're playing harmonica just for a few weeks, a few months, whatever, or you just play for fun sometimes, you can play this melody without a tongue, but it's gonna sound like this. So, doesn't sound bad, but it's not Gary Primich's thing. What do you think, Richard? I don't know. If
But yeah, no, so I muted myself. Absolutely, all the extra detail you're putting there, including, I noticed, some lovely octaves as well, right?
Yeah, we're doing some octave, and especially there's a few things maybe Gary's not doing there. Gary was in these 5-2 holes when he's on the first line. You'll see he's I don't know how you call that in English, but you're playing with the tongue against the.
There are various names for it. I would call it a flutter, personally, flutter. So you're dabbing on and off with the tongue, la 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 la.
I mean, other people, they do it like this, like from one side to the other, and we're gonna use that for the twist part of the song, because you'll see there's another paper about this song, and that's gonna be a little bit harder. So, but yeah, in this case, I like to do it like Gary, like tapping to the harmonica. So get comfortable with that, with the position. I mean, it's completely another instrument when you start playing the harmonica with your tongue against the harmonica, because it sounds way bigger. And if I'm not wrong, this is the only instrument you can play chords. The only instrument, like wind instrument, that you can play chords on it. So so take advantage of that. Okay. So okay, we got that. Just a few another details about it. The vibrato about Gary Primich, he was unbelievable. So when he's doing the 3 draw note, that it's pretty hard. I was talking to my students about. I got a few students, and we're talking about the vibrato when you're playing a band. And just take your time. In my case, I'm using my throat. There's some people they use the you call it jaw, the jaw, right? Yeah. Some people they're using the diaphragm. So in my case, I'm using the throat in this case. And if you're thinking about how fast you can do the vibrato, in my opinion, it doesn't matter if it's fast or slow, or do your own way. I was really trying to do the same like Gary Primich, because I was crazy about Gary Primich. But you don't have to do it this way. You can find your own way and sound your own way. So I would like to. I recorded this song with the piano, but I thought it was gonna be a little bit boring, so I did it with my piano because we are live. So I recorded live on this piano, and I'm gonna play it right now. Okay, so it goes like this. Oops, no. Yeah. Just one more time. Okay. You gotta thank you, Richard, for that. I'm playing with myself. That's the thing. That's COVID. All right. So, if you want these, I don't know if you want it, but in case you want this piano backing track for you guys, I can send it to you. If you don't want to play with Gary Primich in like a backing track,
Send it over to me, Victor, and I can hook it up to your website, your page on our website as well. Okay.
Okay, so so let's continue about it. So you can do it as difficult, or you can change it as much as you want. But people like Joe Felisco taught me that you have to learn it the right way, and so you have to learn it note by note, and the sound and the dynamics. I'm not telling anything new for you guys, but the dynamics when you play, that's the most important thing in my opinion. If you're playing that thing like it's okay, but if you is like talking, if you do it like down and up depending where you are, so dynamics, that's the main thing for me. Dynamics, tone, it goes like this: dynamics, tone, hands, vibrato, and that's it. That's pretty much it. Okay, so let's go to the second page, and that's a little bit more difficult because I thought maybe some good players are gonna say that's too easy for me. Okay, this one, it goes a little bit more. I'm using a part of the harmonica. I don't use it that much, to be honest. From the 6th to the 10th to the 10th hole, I don't use that part of the harmonica too much in my case. But in this song, I try to put it the same melody using completely octave part, and there's some parts that there's some parts that they're not really octave, but I'm using different notes from my left side and the right side. If there's anything that you don't understand because of my Spanglish, just let me know. Just write it down. And my Catalanglish. And so, but yeah, in this part, I'm gonna use octave all the time, and not octave, but using both sides. So let me play it just once, pretty slow for you. It goes from 6/3 blow. I'm gonna play it the whole thing. 3, 4, 1. Okay. You want me to play it again? One more time? Okay, I'm gonna do it a little bit slower now. You can see, you can feel I'm not playing. The hard part about that is I'm moving in a different. I'm not moving like a block, like 2/5 and then 3/6 and then 4/7. I'm moving around, especially in the let me see, especially in the fourth line. You'll see, because we go to the 6/2, 7/2, and then 6/2, 6/3, and then 6/1. Sorry again. Let me play it. This 4 line. So in my right side I'm playing, and my left side is playing. Sorry. It's pretty stupid if you play just one side, because you're playing E, and then the 1. But when you play it together, it sounds pretty cool. You can do it easily, like, or, and play the 6 draw alone, which is good too. But I like these 2 notes together. And all these kind of things, that moving around one side from the other, it comes from the same guy. I'm sorry, but Joe Felisko is the one who taught me, who introduced me to that kind of stuff. And then I saw, of course, Howard Levy and all those guys, and there are many players. They're monsters playing that kind of thing. I'm not that good sometimes, but it's a good thing. So you can move around the whole harmonica like this. I'm just playing whatever. So you can combine notes, because that's a good thing about the diatonic harmonica. So let me play one more time this Feel Like Going Home. Easily. Okay. I hope you can. You get it. You got it, Russ. You got it. Okay. Yeah, he sent me an audio playing it already. So
I have to say, Victor, it's Russ's fault you're here. You know that?
Wow, really?
Because for years, Russ was always nagging me crazy, saying, "Look, we've had 3, 4, 5, 6 Harpin By The Seas and no Victor." He says, "You've got to get this guy over from Barcelona." I was like, "Who are you talking about?" And then he showed me. I was like, "Okay, next year, Victor, can you make it? Sure. So it's entirely Russ's fault. Big up to Russ for that.
Thank you, Russ. Thank you so much. So let me play it just one more time before going to the next song. I'm going to play it with myself on the piano, and I'm going to play it a little bit more, with more passion, with my Catalan, my Catalan thing. Okay, so you'll see. I'm going to do some. I'm pushing the blow notes a little, some bend on it, and moving my tongue. In this case, I'm going to use it more like left, right side of the harmonica. Okay, let's try it. I'm going to play both the second paper and then the first one, so you can see it's the same thing, just one octave higher than the other. Okay, let's go. Okay, I thought I recorded three times, but not. Okay, so this is the song. I hope you enjoy it. I hope you can play it. Really, don't worry about all the details. You can get to that. Really, it's about time and working hard and using Hohner harmonicas. That's the one that I use. I hope you got it. I don't know if you got any questions. If Richard, I don't know if you got something going on.
I don't have any questions at the moment from our Zoom chat. Just everyone's saying how much they love the song. And Johnny even said you've brought him to tears. You know, I was there. I wish I was in a stadium holding up my lighter. You know, it was absolutely fantastic. Juan says, and I'm not sure about this, un saludo a todos los Harp brothers desde Madrid.
Oh,
What is that?
Yeah. Hi from to the harmonica fellas from Madrid.
Okay, so but you're Barcelona, right? I don't want to get a trade off for the for the football, you know. I tell you what, and hola Victor, saludos desde Mexico.
Ooh, that's
Mexico. Someone's saying hi from Mexico. Thank you, Victor and Richard. We need a duo CD with Harry. This guy's awesome. Too pure. Because, of course, when we saw your intro video, you were on stage with the lovely Harry Hornsey, weren't you? Playing a duo. And I'm sure we'll see more of that later on. Victor, if any more questions come in, and maybe Ben's feeding any questions to me from YouTube, I'll let you know. But did you want to do any more with this particular song, or would you like to start to investigate the next song? Entirely up to you, my friend.
we still got 30 minutes, right? Like,
Sure. We're only halfway there. We want you to stay all night, you know, and play the piano, play the harmonica, and just tell us all your stories. But
I know Aki is coming right away. I want to see this guy playing, so I want to hear him. So,
okay, sorry, there is a question here for you. It says one question about how do you combine throat vibrato and the bend when tongue blocking? And is your harp a special 20?
I don't know. It should be just try and try and try. I combine. I play a lot of puckering sometimes, and I play some tongue blocking too. So, in my opinion, I didn't want to go to that point, but in my opinion, Gary Primich was playing both of those worlds, because you can what I feel so comfortable, I feel so strong when I put my tongue out and I want to play brighter, like when I play that kind of stuff, I put my tongue out because I feel more comfortable. That it doesn't mean it has to be that way. There's I mean, the classic players, they used to play with the tongue against the harmonica all the way. You can do it actually. It sounds the same with the tongue on the harmonica, but I feel more comfortable without it. So it's just a matter of trying.
Victor, the lick you did there, which went really big, when you made it really, really full, were you puckering there?
I was puckering there.
Wow.
Yes,
Okay.
you can do the same thing without tongue and with the tongue. The second time I was tongue blocking. You can play it loud, you can play it like, you can scream like bright, you can put your tongue close to like pretty up to close it and sounds pretty and honk. So it's good to know both sides, in my opinion. It's good to know puckering. It's good to know it's a must to learn tongue blocking. I mean, if you want to play those kind of if you want to play classic blues, you need to play with your tongue.
Sure, no, I know a lot of people, myself included. I call myself a hybrid player. I do a little bit of both. But a couple more points here. Someone says here, "Hi Victor, your Spanglish is superb, by the way. Apart from Gary Primich and Richard, of course, we'll edit that little bit out. Who are the modern players you most admire and recommend we should listen to?" Wow, it's a big question.
Like modern, like young or modern, or both.
Hey, perhaps both young and modern. I don't know, but who do you? Anyone sort of more recent, perhaps, that you've encountered?
To be honest, I'm so into the old stuff. I'm so into. I see there's a big world from the 40s, 50s, 60s. I'm playing solitaire stuff since I started playing harmonica, and I still feel that I need to work on it. So, but there's many guys. Luciani, Federico Luciani from Argentina. He's absolutely amazing. Aki Kumar, like young guys. Andrew Ali, this guy is just insane. Greg Iser, I don't know if he's a young player anymore. He's my age or something.
Sure. He's ancient then, you know. He's archaeological.
I'm turning 40 this year, so I don't look like that. But
I wonder if it's coincidence, but somebody says here, "Saludos desde Argentina."
oh, that's cool. Yeah.
I wonder if that's who you're talking about.
Actually, I got some cool custom harmonicas from Argentina, custom harps. They're pretty good. They're pretty good. I can play a little bit about solitaire.
Well, that is what I call a Brucey bonus. How about that? Give the man a big round of applause. That was stunning. Victor, I'm keeping an eye on the clock. I want to get as much out of you as I can during this hour. Thank you for sharing that. You know, we've got, did you hear of Fede Vaz from Montevideo?
Yeah.
He's going to be joining us as well through the weekend. Someone here said they feel like Gary Plymouth often played a little behind the beat. Yeah. Do you attempt to play that well as well?
That's the thing. I was trying to explain that he was swinging so much. He was playing. He controlled the tempo and the songs so good. He was always. You can feel with this song, and we can try the other one to explain that thing. If you.
I think it would be lovely if we could. You could just give us some insight into the second tune.
Let's go to the other one. It's a little bit more complicated. Let's put it this way. Let's play just the beginning of the song. In case you never heard before, it goes like this. Trolling move. You're gonna need the B flat harmonica. Okay, let's try to go to the solo part because I want to explain everything. You can play it at home tomorrow or on Monday, but let's play the solo here. Okay, so and then we got some outro going on too. But it's kind of the same thing like the intro with some different notes, some parts. But that's most everything about the song. And like somebody was saying, he was playing down the beat. How you call that? Like before the beat, something like that. And you can feel that he's always. So let me play with the piano. Let me record something here with the piano, just pretty fast. Okay, just give me a second.
Whilst you're getting that ready, Marion and Roger from Germany send you their greetings.
Oh, a piano player in the house. Then I'm not gonna play the piano. Anyway, I'm gonna record some backing track live because it's more fun. It goes. Okay, now we got something. Yeah. Now we got some piano.
We just need Rory McLeod on the trombone, right?
Yeah. Let's use that for playing this melody. Let me play it just once without the piano. Just you can hear it, what I'm doing. It's the same thing. I'm doing this bending note. Okay, I'm gonna play with the piano so you can see where it goes. Just one more time. Okay, so a lot of information going on here. I don't know if you can try that at home. I hope so. Let me see some people. Taking the harmonica. Yeah, I can. Oh, I see the CD there. Joe Callaghan. Yeah. Okay. Oh, nice. Yeah, that's one of my favorite CDs. Traveling Mood. So let's. Oops. So let's go to the. I don't know if you can see me, right? You can hear me good. I don't know what I did. Okay. Anyway, so intro thing again. If you want to play it simple at the beginning, that's what I do when I learn a new song. What I do is doing very simple the notes that you need, and then you think about the vibrato, your hands, the tongue, whatever. But play it simple as you can. Pretty simple. I'm putting the vibrato because I'm used to that, okay? But you can do it without the tone. You can do it without all the details. If you play like this at the beginning, it's pretty good. Okay.
Why, Victor? Why is it that little lick? There's one tiny detail which you play there. For me, is utterly Gary Primich. It's like that's Gary Primich, right?
Yeah, definitely. There's a few things in the solo part. Let's go to the solo part because I know it's a little bit late. And this other thing about the solo, it starts if you check it out, the solo page, it starts the same thing like the melody. That's another thing about Gary. He got a hook in the song and he used it so well, changing just a few things, and that's music. That's really music for me. So the solo goes 3, 4. That's Gary Primich thing too. This Gary Primich thing. Yeah. The man. And the second part of the solo, I'm gonna go a little bit fast about explaining the song because I only have a few minutes. But you got the papers. Again, I can send you some piano in case you want to play it with that thing or the original one, whatever you want. So the second part of the song, it's like I said, he always goes, he's always using the same phrase, the same licks to explain something else. So the second part of the solo, it starts the same way, like 3, 4. That's that's genius. It goes again, the first line of the second solo we hear. Just in case I'm explaining myself bad, I'm right here right now. It goes this glissando from 4 to the 7th draw, 3, and then I put this little 6, 7, 6 holes, because he's doing like this kind of like a warble thing. So he goes like 2 times this lick. I'm gonna play the whole second part of the solo. He goes 3, 4. Sorry, I did wrong and I have to stop. That's how I do it. Let's do it again. How was it? Okay, so let me play it with myself on the piano. Let's go. Second one. Okay, it's a little bit too fast for the first time, but I got time to play it again. Just one more time, okay? Just one more time. It should be way slower. I'm sorry, guys, but too much coffee. Okay. Absolutely fantastic. Victor, you have set the party on fire. You have helped us start Harpin by the Sea 2021 like a Spanish fiesta. Absolutely amazing, my brother. That's quite astonishing. Thank you. I mean, folks, how about your musicianship, not just a harmonica? That boogie woogie, that New Orleansy piano there as well, just absolutely mind blowing, phenomenal. Thank you. Victor, I have to cut in. I've got an eye on the clock. Okay, but I've got some questions or some comments. Someone just says, "So funky." That's a good thing. Someone else is saying they love the way you're using vocal sounds to keep the beat. Pauline saying she'll definitely look at Gary Primich, and they're 2 great songs. Thank you for your presentation and tabs. Way beyond her playing
at the moment, Pauline, but not long. You'll catch up. But you've given her plenty of motivation to try harder. Someone else is saying there is getting a kind of a Cajun, Louisiana, maybe New Orleansy feel to the play. I think that's very true. He does a lot, right, Gary Primich, of Cajun style stuff.
He was combining a lot of stuff and that Louisiana thing or New Orleans thing. Yeah, a lot.
Andrea says Victor is the best. I happen to agree. Johnny says you're on fire. Tony says brilliant. Geordie says great. Ricky says absolutely brilliant first session. And someone else said beyond my capabilities, but something new to listen to. Amazing. Loved it. Absolutely wonderful. So, hey, listen, are you okay? Go ahead.
How much you pay them to say that? Thanks.
Well, no. Well, that's back to front. We want them to pay you. So, guys, come on. Show your support for Victor. Es a Victor Grande. He says Marcos Cole. Marcos Cole's with us from Berlin. Hola, Marcos. Marcos was here with Fede when we had our Fiesta Latina. You know?
I'm waiting to see him.
Well, why don't you guys go meet up in the breakout room?
Yes.
And anyone who wants to ask you some questions, they can do that there. We're going to have to roll ahead now, if that's okay. I don't want to let you go. I really don't want to let you go.
Many other stuff going on, but let's turn around about Gary Primich goes.
Do that again. Are you sure that was Primich and not Jason Ritchie?
No. I mean, that was Gary Primich for sure. I'll find the song.
Victor, I have to say from the bottom of all our hearts, muchas gracias, hermano. That was fantastic. I'm going to have to let you go now, but you go to the breakout room and folks can follow you there.
All right, I will for sure. Thank you so much for inviting me, and it was a pleasure. And I hope to see you guys pretty soon. I don't know where or how. Or whatever.
Details of your website and so on are on our on our website as well, so people can look at you there, follow you up, and look at all your fantastic music. Give our love to Santos as well.
I will.
Okay. Thank you so much, Victor. I'm going to have to cut away now. And I'm going to have to go to Uncle Russ in the VT studio and say, Russ, could you show us some live Victor Puertas? In the meantime, everybody give Victor a wave. Run VT, Russ.
Bye-bye, everybody.
Little girl, you're the sweetest girl I know. I said, little girl, ooh, you're the sweetest girl I know. Sometimes I be a wonder, why kind of little girl is you? Well, I'm going back home, gonna fall down on my knees. Going back home to Barcelona, I'm gonna fall down on my knees. Now I'm gonna pray and pray, baby, sends my baby back to me. Wanna take it? Yeah. you go. This is a Casserole song. You baby gonna queen me? Yes, I'm queen you. I'm playing the rainbow blues. Where to go? All right, baby. Goodbye, baby. Goodbye. Goodbye, baby. Goodbye, baby. Goodbye, baby. Goodbye, baby. Bye-bye, baby.
And that was the wonderful and amazing Victor Puertas there, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you enjoyed Victor's presentation. Now I'm going to introduce you to another presenter who's joining us in the studio, and that is Mr. Paul Gillings. Paul, are you there? Are you able to spotlight yourself and join me?
Hello, sir. How you doing? Can you hear me?
I can, all the way from sunny Suffolk.
Well, it's Harpin by the Sea. You're by the sea down the south of England, aren't you? I'm at the most easterly town. There's literally the sea behind me, just over there. So we literally are between us, Harpin by the Sea, mate. Definitely, yeah. Good to be here. What a show so far! And look at
What an absolute treat! And Russ's videos absolutely fantastic. What about the detail that Victor was using there with the Gary Primich?
Well, it's interesting, isn't it? You know, how the harmonica, is such a diverse instrument. And there's so many different ways to play it and what to do. And I've seen some very, very different explanations over the years, but I thought that was greatly detailed. And again, like he was just capturing the essence of it. What is, as you said, what is Gary Primich's playing? What is that bit is so him. And I think Victor captured that superbly, as always. Do you know what I'm saying?
And of course we had the great honour of seeing Victor performing in public there, and he was just, he had everybody's jaws dropping.
Well, do you know what, mate? I have to make a solid confession. I'm afraid I'm terribly sorry, but I was never really a Sonny Terry fan. And then I attended that very Harpin by the Sea. I can't remember what you were having me teaching by then. Saw Victor and Harry and went straight home and bought some Sonny Terry albums, and wished that there was a Harry and Victor album as well. Do you know what I mean? But yeah, it absolutely turned me onto it. So thanks, Victor. Thanks, Harry. Missing him this weekend. Missing Harry. Missing Alfie, missing all the guys down.
Yeah. Well,
I should be in the cellar bar right now,
having our jam session, our Friday night open mic, right?
Yeah.
Well, I hope everyone's getting a good chance to meet Victor. And it was great to see Marcus Cole back as well. I'm sure they're chatting away to their friends and fans in the breakout room. We need to move on and shift the focus now to one of our very splendid friends and sponsors, Mr. John Cook. And John's what can you tell us about what John's up to this weekend?
Well, John is, I don't know if many people know about John. I thought we'd just give him a background, really. John's run a musical instrument repair shop for over 20 years, and he's got a client base covering professionals, collectors, museums. He's got a very relaxed presentation style. He always makes you feel involved. You've probably seen his workshops. Well, you've definitely seen his workshops, Richard. You just feel like this man not only has the skill and the background of an artisan engineer, but also absolutely loves the harmonica. And his project for the Great British Harmonica Company, I don't know if I should be saying anything, but is got me super, super excited. Building harmonicas from scratch. He's been to Klingenthal, he's been everywhere to research old machinery. The man is an absolute legend. But tomorrow, and what we're doing, and what were the times again? You'll remind me at the end. But what he's doing tomorrow is he will be in our breakout room, John Cook's repair shop, actually repairing and making harmonicas live from Harpin by the Sea, from this very Zoom session tomorrow. He's, I understand, it got like 2-3 cameras. One's looking close up of what the harp is doing. Another one he's explaining it to. The man can do a million things at once. Do you know what I mean? But yeah, what time is he on tomorrow then, Rich?
I'm just putting in the chat. He's with us Saturday and Sunday from 12 till 5 UK time. He'll be in that breakout room. I reckon we ought to show our audience the message that John sent us. What do you reckon?
Absolutely, mate. Where's Russ with the VT? VT stands for videotape for all the young people. We don't have videotape much anymore. But just in case you wonder, what are those old buggers on about? VT all the time. Is that some disease? No, we don't mention diseases. Anyway, it stands for videotape. We're a bit old-fashioned and we're quite nostalgic, really. So, Russ, are you ready with the VT, old mate? Give us a thumbs up if you are. I think that's a thumbs up. He's got his thumbs so big it's gone off screen. He's like breaking frame. He's like a cartoon character. He's getting out there. It's like an action shot. I want a big speech bubble with boom written on it from Russ. So we're ready. So should we take it away, Mr. John Cook?
Yeah.
Stranger in the black sedan, won't you hop inside my car? Got pictures, got candy, I'm a lovable man. Take it to the nearest star. I'm your vehicle, baby. I'll take you anywhere you wanna go. I'm your vehicle, woman. And now I'm sure you know that I love you, I need you, I want you, got to have your child. Great God in heaven, you know I love you. Well, if you want this stuff, I'm gonna take you to a Hollywood. But if you wanna stay just like you are, you know I think you really should. I'm your vehicle, baby. I'll take you anywhere you wanna go. I'm your vehicle, woman. By now I'm sure you know that I love you, I need you, I want you, got to have your child. Great God in heaven, you know I love you. Oh, you know I do. In the black sedan, won't you hop inside my car? I got pictures, candy, I'm a local man. Take it to the nearest star. I'm your vehicle, babe. Take it anywhere you wanna go. I'm your vehicle, woman. By now I'm sure you know that I love you, I need you, I want you, got to have your child. Great God in heaven, you know I love you. Vehicle, baby. All right. Don't you know I love you? I need you. I want you. Got to have your child. Great God in heaven, you know I love you. All right. You know I love you. I need you. I want you. Got to have your child. Great God in heaven, you know I love you.
How about that? That was stunning. I'd never heard John sing like who was it? Mr. Jones.
I knew there was a
Like
superhero vibe.
When he sings, he sounds just like Tom Jones, doesn't he?
Yeah, man. I knew there was a superhero vibe. Anyone that can fix harmonicas, look at cameras, and invent a whole harmonica company has to be a superhero. So yeah, I didn't actually know about that music, but excellent choice, I have to say.
We've got some. We have an intruder. We have an intruder on the phone. On the
hello,
line.
sir.
We have an intruder from California. Oh my goodness me! Who is this in the room? I recognise this person here. I haven't seen him for a long, long time. Ladies and gentlemen, look at this. Mr. Aki Kumar, all the way from San Jose. Woo-hoo-hoo! Hi, Aki.
Hello. How are you doing?
Yeah, we're good. How wonderful to see you. I haven't seen you in a long. Namaste. Great to see you.
Namaste. Likewise, my friend. Good to see you.
So what time is it where you are? It's got to be coming up lunch.
Too early o'clock.
You remind me of Spa 2 years ago when Charlie McCoy came in to do his workshop early in the morning. Someone said to him, "Charlie, how you doing?" He said, "I'm okay, but I slept too fast."
That's great. I'll tell you, man. My schedule has been almost UK hours this year. It's weird. It's flipped. It's upside down, and so I had to make a special effort to wake up and do this. So you're welcome, Richard.
Well, yeah, I get the message. So yeah, you've turned nocturnal, haven't you?
I have.
You're turning into a vampire. They're going to make a TV series about you very soon, right?
They ought to do a TV series about me anyway.
Listen, guys, for those of you who don't know, that once upon a time, a long time ago, you can check this out on my website, harpsurgery.com. Long time ago, when I used to be a flight attendant, a cabin crew member, Virgin Atlantic, and I found myself in San Francisco, and I was trying to head down south to San Jose to see Dave Barrett. Dave was busy. He said, "Hey, I'm not free, but go and check out this new cat at Biscuit and Blues Club in San Francisco. This new cat called Jason Ritchie, and one of my students is going to be there by the name of Aki Kumar." sure enough, we hooked up at the bar, had a couple of beers, watched Jason, and we never looked back. I used to come and you were so kind. You used to let me stay at your place. I used to jump the cow train, right, from San Francisco down to San Jose. I know the way to San Jose. And I don't care for LA. That's just one big freeway, you know?
Oh, I love it.
But yeah, and the lovely Rachel as well. And you came over here to celebrate my big birthday. Dave Ferguson came up from Cape Town, right?
Yes, indeed.
And I'm just looking back. You were, wow, 2014, Harpin By The Sea, number 4. You very kindly came over all the way. We said we need someone who's a great exponent of Little Walter, you know, all that stuff. And you were in a band at that time called T.O.T. Top of the, no, what was it called? Tip of the Top.
Of the top.
And they were phenomenal. And we got, and then you said one fine day we were coming back. I don't know if you'd done a duo with Johnny Lawton. But we were driving back to your place, and you just rolled out. You said, "I got something to tell you." And I said, "What's that?" You said, "I'm going professional." I was there that moment. You said then you suddenly, from having your day job and doing music, you went professional. Look at you now. What is it? Sony India on the record label?
Yeah, well, it's playing harmonica has yielded rich dividends. Obviously, look at me here in my garage.
No, I mean, and all credit to you. You know, you followed your roots and eked out all the Bollywood. Ina Mina Dika is top of my hit list. I have to say, I just love that. Kid Anderson on the guitar, and who was the drummer on that one?
June Core all the way through, man.
Lovely June. These guys are bluesers, right? And they're playing in Bollywood. Phenomenal.
Yeah, well, I mean, they play blues, obviously, and for a living, many of them play in professional blues bands, but the reality is all of them are great musicians, and if you're a good musician, then you can put your mind to anything and play just whatever.
Well, I have to say, I agree with you. They are fantastic musicians, and you've got such a great scene there. I remember coming along and you said, "Richard, you look tired out from the flight, go and have a nap, and then we'll go out for dinner." Knock on the door, dinner time, Rich, wake up, man. We're get in the car. And we went out, and I'm sitting there like hanging, absolutely hanging, and I can't remember what I ordered. Next time I look up again, and Rick Esterin's sat opposite me. Kid Anderson's over there. I wouldn't be surprised if Gary Smith walked in, and I just thought, what planet am I on here? Sitting there. So thank you for that. You know, and thank you for your friendship, and thank you for coming back.
Because thank you for inviting me. This is great. I kind of needed this, and it really blows my mind as how professionally you guys have run this. This has been smooth sailing so far. I hope it's smooth sailing through my presentation, but thank you to you for leading the charge, and Trevor's been great, you know, working out all the technical details. He keeps telling me to check my original sound setting, and I'm like, "Trevor, I play Bollywood blues. I have original sound."
Uh-oh. They're really, I mean, we are blessed. We are blessed to have you here. We're blessed to have a team behind this this whole event, as wonderful as the guys. Paul as well, who was with me just a second ago. So, Aki, you, I believe, are going to tell us, before you do, okay, my bass player, all right, my bass player Simon, my bass player friend in the Blackjacks, remember?
I just want to say that he probably refers to you as his harp player.
Undoubtedly, you know, he's a proper musician, I'm the harp player, right? Okay, and if I get, all that, we'll forget all the gags. But anyway, to this day, 11 years on from he always says his favourite moment was when you stepped up on stage and played with the Blackjacks. That's his one abiding moment. He said that was real West Coast or Chicago blues, and it just put the hair up on the back of his. And I saw you kept saying to me, "Can the drummer shuffle? Can the drummer shuffle?" And Dale is probably one of the best shuffle drummers.
He is, man. He played his butt off, and you know what? Can the drummer shuffle has led me to try to play drums You know,
Really?
yeah, during the last year, I've been trying to play a shuffle because I'm really obsessed with that shuffle. So thank you, Dale, for doing a great job.
And you can see it on the Russ captured the moment on video when you could see, oh, do I have to change my set a little bit to accommodate the lack of shuffle? As soon as that kicked in, you were grinning like you are right now.
Yeah, I mean,
and
it puts you
were
at ease,
home-
right?
You were on home
Yeah.
base, weren't you, with that? Yeah. Without the rhythm, there ain't no blues.
There's no blues.
So what have you brought for us? What delights do you have for us? This your second visit to Harpin By The Sea.
Well, this time, unlike last time, this time I'm happy to say I'm completely unprepared. So, what I'm bringing to this presentation is just a very kind of informal talk about how I would go about adding some textures and flavor to a simple tune. And to keep it honest, I actually picked a tune that I just started playing. It's a simple melody. It's a song called "You Are My Sunshine," which probably everybody knows. I really love the song. I've never really spent any time playing it on harp because it's not really a traditional blues. So I'm going to talk a little bit about how I just a couple of days ago have started to take this melody and add a few little techniques to kind of fill out the sound. So we'll spend some time on that, and whatever questions folks might have for me, my fashion sensibilities and such, I'm happy to. It's really, I want to keep it kind of Q&A esque, and if there's time,
we'll feed the questions through to you.
Cool.
Aki.
Cool.
Yeah.
And if there's time, I'll just talk about band leading. Although it's kind of weird to talk about it this year, given that everybody's staying at home.
I meant to ask you. Victor, bless him, he's saying what I think we all assume is going to be common to everybody, and that's why we're here. We want to do our best to raise money to send to you to say thank you and double thank you and help you out at a time. I imagine you've got next to no chance of getting out and playing at the moment.
No, I mean, other than live streams, which I can do some of them from home, but it's not the same. So
I was teaching a whole class of year fives over here. We've got about 9 or 10 year olds, and their class theme is India. They're elementary, primary school kids, and their theme is India. And at the end, I showed them a video of you performing Ina Mina Dika in a park, in a big stage. Yeah. And they, the thought that you've not been able to do that where you are in your absolute element, fronting a band and engaging an audience, is quite a skill. I feel for you, but hopefully it won't be too long.
I hope so too. I mean, I would love to, come back, visit you, have you visit me, and for all of us to jam together.
And I also have to send you very special regards from somebody else that you may remember. He has 4 legs and his name begins with M.
Oh, dear Monty.
Monty.
Hello, Monty.
He did say, I hope Johnny Lawton's not coming because he starts growling when Johnny's around, mate. Do you remember that? Monty's minding a dog. But, yeah, Monty's quite good. He sends his love anyhow.
He must be a harp player because he doesn't like a guitar player.
So, no, exactly. No, he's a blues hound. He is a blues hound. But, not many gigs at the moment. No. But are you... What's the story on the Bollywood side of things?
So I just released an album on Sony Music, and that's kind of, I'm still kind of I haven't come off of that high yet. I'm pretty proud of that because I took all of this blues, Bollywood blues, and playing harmonica, really traditional style stuff, and released it as Indian pop, which to me was it tickles me that happened. And I released 3 music videos to go along with that. I have a new single coming out on Little Village as a follow-up.
Is this the Zindagi?
Zindagi, yeah. It's a very it's kind of like an. No, it's good. Yeah, actually, your Hindi is really, really good, my friend. No, I've heard you speak.
Acha.
See, there you go. And you need to compliment me on my English now.
Oh, yes, it's coming on. It's coming on nicely. A few of your adverbs are rough around the edges.
Thank you. I'm looking forward to that single because it's really unlike a lot of what I've released. You know, it's a reggae song and it's in Hindi and it's very feel good, uplifting, and I'm trying to get everybody's spirits up with this next release.
Fantastic. So, coming into you performing as a front man, I would love to know some of your top tips. There was one bit on one of the videos where suddenly you leaned back and said, "Box blues, blah blah blah, bing bang bong," and wallop, the band was straight in on it. So, you know, that kind of thing. What sort of from your experience, what are the important things that a harmonica player, perhaps fronting a band, needs to know and think about?
So when you're fronting the band, first and foremost, it depends on how the band came together. Really, that dictates a lot of how you go about guiding that band or leading the band. If it's a well-rehearsed, well-oiled machine, like my band is these days, it's the same crew usually, and I don't need to, do a lot of band leading so much. They kind of know the material and such. But if it's kind of a less rehearsed affair, more of a jam kind of affair, you kind of have to know the strengths of the players and the musicians that you're working with and play to that. So if I was, if I did lean back and say box blues, then I know that the guys I'm working with, the folks I'm working with, know what that means. It means it's a box style shuffle. When I say blues, I probably mean 12-bar form. That's all of that is implied in those two words, and I know that these guys know what the heck I'm saying when I communicate those two words. So I had some confidence in that. So it really comes down to that.
12-bar blues, most of us are going to be familiar with that. I don't know if you have can I twist your arm if you have a harp nearby? Could you just give us an idea of what a box blues, what that actually means?
Yeah, I have a A harp, and I'm probably going to play this in second position, so that's E. So a box shuffle, I won't even need to play harp, I'll just hum it. Typically the pattern for the bass line would go that's the chord change to the 4, right? And that's I think that's what I'd call an ascending box. You can go so that's really what I think of as a box, and that's common lingo around here. Different people call these things different names and nomenclature and all that.
The second one reminds me a bit of the second pattern there. It's not quite shuffle, but it reminds me of shaking all over. Shaking
right,
all
so
over.
it's the same pattern, just a rhythmic variation. Right, so I find kind of a more straight kind of a feel on the drums. But if I was shuffling, it would be
okay
with the backbeat. So if I was to play this on the harp, just to let the band know, I'd probably want to emphasize those things, both the tempo and the feel, and if there's a backbeat, I want them to kind of feel all of that. So that much, if you play something like that, even if you played like a fourth of what I played, most blues or blues-based bands or musicians wouldn't know where to go with that.
So again, then in terms of fronting a band, I mean, do you have a way that you run through the song in your mind before you go into it?
Yeah.
You have specific signals?
Yeah.
So what sort of things do we need to think about then?
Lots of things. So, you got to think about the tempo for one thing. In my experience, different musicians, and this is just a human thing, we all have various interpretations of tempo. And we have various interpretations of feel. Unless you come from a common cultural base or you've been playing music together, laying it back versus playing on top of the beat. All these things have nuanced interpretations. So you kind of have to be specific in how you go about that. I know certain musicians in my, in the Bay Area, and I kind of know their strengths and I know their tendencies. So sometimes I call out a song. If I feel like a certain musician would tend to be on top of the beat, I might call it out a little slower than I typically would. Or if I feel like somebody lays it back, I'd call it out a little faster. So there's tempo that really needs to be conveyed. And however you do it, either you tap your foot or you play what I played or you sing it, but that's how you do it. And the thing with hand signals is, well, how are you going to start the song, right? So
yeah, right. So how are you going to count in, and what signals is a band going to look for from you as they...
So I kind of just drew out the 12-bar form just before.
Well, I'm gonna back out then. If you want to
No, you can.
That's probably easier to see now. I'm still here.
Good, I can see you too. So for those of you who are watching from home on your TV screens, this is what a rough poor man's 12-bar blues looks like. I hope you guys are mostly familiar with the pattern here. It's 4 measures of the 1 chord, 2 of the 4. All right, starting from here, I suppose. So boom ba boom da doom 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 ba boom 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 boom ba boom ba boom ba boom. That pattern onto the 5. So the question is, when you're playing your song, everybody understands it. Where do they come in? Where does the bands come in? You can tell them that come in on the top, come in on the head, come in on the 1, and you can count out the song to lead them into that. So you go 1, a 2, a 1, 2, 3, and bum, ba boom, ba boom. Now that's typically how I do it with my band on a jam, kind of like a song, which works almost every time. But you could also say come in on the 4, and you by yourself you lead the first 4 measures of the 1, which allows you to set up all these other things, these other variables we talked about, the feel and the tempo, and even what kind of groove it is. You don't even have to tell them it's a shuffle if all you do is that's the 4 coming in. And if you've told them ahead of time, come in on the 4, after you played those 4 measures, they know to come in all together on the 4.
That builds up a lot of tension, right? And when they do come in, it just smashes it, huh?
Yes, it does. It's actually a very useful kind of a stagecraft technique, kind of. I use it sometimes to go from one song to another without even telling the band anything. And typically what that means is I'll stay on the same harp. I may switch positions and just yell out the key to them, but then I start playing the pattern and they know when to come in on the 4 just because of the feel with which I'm playing, which reminds me that don't forget to tell them the key of the song. Just because you have a particular harmonica in your hand doesn't mean they know which one it is or which position you're going to play it in. So please be sure to let them know what the key is. This is very important.
If they tell you the key, ignore them. But if you tell them the key, that's all right.
Hey, it's your band. They don't tell you nothing. All right? You tell them. So you tell them the key and make sure you yell it out nice and clear. C can sound like G. G can sound like E. All of these can sound like D. Everything's an E sound unless it's an A, right? So be sure that you can cut through all of the confusion. If you have to use hand signals, tell them it's a C or something, be explicit about that. Or say C for cat or G, Gandhi, whatever. Make sure they understand that we're in the same key. The last thing you want is to set up this beautiful song, with this wonderful intro, and you say, come in on the 4, and people come in on the 4, and it's the wrong key. So that's...
Aki, I remember being in Havana. I don't speak Spanish, right? And the band said, well, you could see they were saying, what key is it? And I was going, C for Charlie, C for Charlie. And they go, "Que? Que?" I went, "Carlos." So they went, "Ah!"
I love it. Yeah, use regional contexts wherever possible.
Surely. You remind me also that whole point, the way you said come in there unaccompanied, and then when you go to the four, it just lifts the audience. I
It
remember
does.
with so Light and Shade comes into it also, and I know that there was something stagecraft that Jerome Godbout showed us when he came over from Toronto, and he was playing some of his Cajun stuff where the whole band would just cut out, and it was just him and the drummer, just doing a riff on
Oh
it.
yeah.
And then he would suddenly go for it, stretch it and stretch it and stretch it, and then wham! When the band came in again, it just same kind of deal. So texture, light and
Dynamics, right there. I mean, what you described is dynamics, and in this case, it sounds like he employed dynamics by just taking away part of the band, which is really cool because it highlights the parts that you are showcasing, which is harp and drums. And then it also, when you bring back the other elements, it just showcases them and makes the whole thing really. I've seen Rod Piazza do this live, and it's extremely effective and very powerful.
Exactly. And when you, I think, were you going to just give us some ideas about how to texture your sound, or?
I was, but before I do that, real quick, because you mentioned this about starting the song, there's a couple more ways that I want to quickly touch upon, because. Starting from the 1 is cool, starting from the 4 is cool, but sometimes coming in from the 5 is also cool. So when I say that again, just to remind everybody, there is a 5. There we go. There's a 5 chord here, right? And that's about the only appearance it makes on a typical 12 bar, unless sometimes a turnaround too. But if you listen to a song like Little Junior Parker's Next Time You See Me, the opening riff usually that's played as right, so that next time you see me, that next time you see me comes in on the 1 right there, right? So what happened before that? Well, I started out from the 5. And if you have a good band that knows these things and can hear what you're playing and is well versed with the Chicago blues vocabulary or blues vocabulary, since I'm a traditional player, then traditional kind of a blues vocabulary, then they'll instantly recognize what chord you're on. And when they hear that lick, they're already preparing to head into the 1, right? Sometimes you have guys who you can lead them in from the turnaround, so you can just go from the part where it's ba-bum ba-bum da-dun 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 ba-bum bum, right? So that part, that ending part, you can just play that and lead the band into the 1, and that works too. So, there's lots of options here. There's good ways to end the song too, and I highly recommend ending songs. Otherwise, you're just at a blues jam.
It ain't how you start, it's how you finish.
It's how you finish. Really, it really is, actually, Richard, because people will often remember, like, a wonderful, fantastic, memorable finish. And if you can, even if you start weak and whatever, if you forgot most of the song and perform terribly, if you give them a good ending, they're going to remember that. And there's very effective ways to end the song. One, and this is really an emergency kind of thing, just stop playing. If everybody in the band stop playing, the song comes to an end. So that's generally a good way to go about it. I've seen this actually happen at jams, and it's okay. It's not quite elegant, but it gets the job done. Almost always use your hand signals. A good, effective, swift. It's almost like you're punching through the song into the air and say, boom!
Right, so what are your hand signals, Aki?
Mine usually is I go this.
That's a stop?
That's a stop for me.
What if you want to keep going?
Now this for me is, I'll look at the band and I'll kind of keep it going. But sometimes this is also meant take it back to the 5. Different people have different ways of conveying that. So I don't want to be a stickler for this is the only way to do anything. This is just the way I do it. Usually I'm very animated about these things, or I even yell it out to the drummer, who really I think is the engine behind all of this. If the drummer comes to a stop, or if the drummer leads something, that's it. That's where the band's going. So typically I'm talking to the drummer with all of these hand signals. And I'll just say, keep it going.
Yeah.
If you say that, I mean, they know what the hell you mean, right?
Can't deny that one.
So there's that. So let's take that turnaround, right? That little lick from Next Time You See Me. So those are the chords that I was just signaling, so everybody knows what I'm playing. Now there's one way to end the song with a break, which is a good memorable way, so the audience also knows that, hey, this is where the end is. So when you signal that break right after the 5 is done, the band comes to a stop, but you play through to the end, and they'll catch you on the turnaround. So it'll kind of look like. And that's where the band plays all those swishy things, those,
Right.
extravagant things to make it clear that the end is near, right? So that's what I would do typically, or you could stop on the 4. Right, that also got the job done, right? Or you can actually stop at the very end. Hey! Where no one explicitly played a break, but kind of just slowed down to signal the end. So there's ways to do it. The important thing is that you let the other people, other members of the band, know where you're going. And you can use your whole body for this purpose. There's no need to be shy in that regard. I'll throw the entire weight of my body into one move if I have to, as long as it signals to the band what that move is and what it's meant to convey, right? So don't be shy to do that, because your primary job as a band leader is to make sure everybody's on board. And also, I want to emphasize this, eye contact is critical. And it's one of the reasons I don't wear shades on stage. Really one of the big reasons I don't. Although it looks cool, it gets in the way of me being able to convey subtle things to the band, even if it's a subtle, hey, you really screwed this up, right? But the way you do it is through eye contact. You look at them and you tell them these things. It helps with dynamics, and sometimes you can help boost confidence. You can give them a look of approval. All of that helps. Eye contact is key, and everybody, I think, always needs to be looking at everybody else. And unless you're really locked in and you really know the structure of the song and you've played with each other 10,000 times and you know everybody's twitches and nuances, and you kind of can hear where your other players are going, it's important to have eye contact. Anyway,
Johnny, sorry, Aki, someone's put in here, the drummer is the one who sets the rules, the beginning, the ending. Anyway, the time you spend playing with a band is what really makes the difference. When you can communicate with just a look is absolutely magic.
Yeah, absolutely is magic. And I'm very happy to say, after years of working with, in situations where I had to pretty much hire a different lineup of musicians every night almost, I've kind of settled on the same group of musicians who are mostly available on most nights when I used to play before the pandemic. And that makes life easy. It really does make life easy. But that said, I also kind of try to keep it real for myself just by hosting a blues jam every week, or I used to. Again, this is in the past. So when you do that, you lose all those luxuries of a stable, established band, and all those communications kind of break down because you're working with different musicians every 15 minutes, right? And
when,
so,
sorry, Aki,
go ahead. No, go ahead. Go ahead.
interrupting you there. Talking of drummers, you know, I like it. I've seen it with June, and forgive me, who's the drummer I saw you play with? Who's now with Rick Estrin and the Nightcats?
Demar.
Demar, right?
Yeah.
And these guys, they sit there, and I call them the meerkat drummers. They're, you know, they're like checking out, eye contact everywhere. Now, I'm sure we've all been there occasionally, and this is no disrespect to drummers, but occasionally I've been in a band where drummer drops their head and they're just staring down, getting in the groove, and you're trying to pass a signal, and you just can't shift out of that gear because you've lost that contact.
Absolutely.
So short of kicking a drum or throwing a harmonica, how do you get out of that one?
You don't. You're screwed.
Yeah. Okay.
It's important. I mean, all of these rules we're talking about, Richard, they only work if everybody else is kind of helping you make them work, right? If I yell key of C and everybody heard it, but they don't play in the key of C, that's nothing that you can do beyond that. And it's the same thing with eye contact. You could be making eye contact. If they're not making eye contact with you, it's game over for the song. So hopefully you are hiring competent professional folks who know these rules, or folks who want to learn quickly on the job and learn how band dynamics work.
But then you've got the other dimension, which is the people that are watching you. As the front person,
Yeah.
not only are you leading the band, not only have you probably booked the gig, driven the band there, set it all up, you know, count the songs in, you've learnt all the words, you've got all your harps tuned up, you've learned all your parts, but you've got to then engage an audience too. It's not easy.
No, it's not. It's actually, it was terrifying for me because I didn't, I knew these things in the back of my head when I was getting started in the live music performance kind of business. But it took me a long time to come to terms with how difficult all of this is. And you kind of have to have a much bigger personality or develop one that overcomes just about any kind of obstacle that might come across your way during a show or a performance. Just kind of bulldoze your way through that. If really that's what it comes down to, because the audience will relate to that. They don't care if the band didn't end the song the way you had it in your head. What matters is whether you made it look majestic at the end. And so one of the things I've developed is, if the drummer didn't look at me and the song kind of kept going, I'm going to go for another 12 measures or another 12 after that and make sure that it looks good when it finally does come to its eventual demise, because that's showmanship and it matters. And the other thing I've realized over the years is not everybody comes to the gig with the same level of motivation that you have, the same ambitions that you have, the same vision that you have. They may not even like you that much, right? You've got to get over all of that and make it happen.
I never forget seeing you and Johnny Lawton playing, and you said, folks, at least one thing's for sure with our gigs, you'll never be short of a parking slot.
And it still holds true. Plenty of parking.
You've got to have a sense of humor, right?
You kind of have to. I mean, really, if you don't, this is not going to be a fun thing. I assume everybody spends plenty of practice hours, and we all in our heads have this ideal vision of what kind of superstars we are on stage, and we play our perfect little Walter solo, and everyone in the audience is like, yay. But to get to the point where you can even play that solo and be heard and be appreciated takes 1,000 steps. And then once that solo is played, to get out of it, right, it takes another 100 steps. And those are as critical as the solo itself. So I'm just saying, be mindful of that, and like you said, have a good sense of good spirit about it no matter what's going on, and be a little accommodating towards your bandmates.
Yeah,
That's
somebody's Aki. Someone said very interesting chat about. Whoops, I lost it. The subtleties that make music great. You can play harp as hell, but unless you're aware of all these other factors, you can't make great music. A great basketball team is way more than 5 great players.
yeah,
Um,
yeah.
I think that's so true. Go for it.
It's a sum. As I think the term is sum.
Some of the parts is greater than the
yeah,
whole.
yeah, and really it comes down to that. You know, and the real important thing is you kind of want to hire players who at least when I was starting out, I always made sure I hired players. Not that it was difficult, but I hired players who were better than me. You know, they kind of lifted me up and made me play better, right? Now, these days, I'm a little more mature as a musician than I used to be, although to me, it's like a never-ending journey, so I'm hard on myself. But even looking back to the days when I first ran into you, Richard, be it at that gig at the Sonoma Chicken Coop where I'd have my eyes closed trying to nail all the little Walter solos. I don't do that anymore so much, even if I'm playing exactly the same licks. I'm a different kind of a musician now, but I still have bad days in my head. And the key is you hire musicians who can lift you up and make you sound better, even if you're having that kind of day. And hopefully you're doing that to them as well, right? You can reciprocate, and if they're not quite on their A game, you're good enough to make them look good. Make them look good, and they'll make you look good. That's my philosophy.
And when you the drummer that we mentioned before, he talks about the thing, the golden glow, that a band can establish a rapport with an audience, whereupon by the end of the evening, you've got this atmosphere and this positivity, and no one actually wants to leave. No one wants to go home because you've shared this invisible, whatever you want to call it. And it's just been it's been a spiritual experience, an emotional experience, as well as music and so on. I think perhaps ultimately that's the high spot of being a musician.
Yes, it is. When you can hit that kind of vibe with consistency, then you've really kind of got it going on. And I think we all aspire to that. And if you can't get the audience there with your music, then alcohol helps. So I hope everybody is having a party and having a good time.
Aki, someone here has raised a very, very important point, actually. And it isn't easy. They said they call themselves an advanced but amateur player, but still often have trouble counting a song in, especially with tunes that start on an atypical beat. Any tips? Or untypical beat. Sorry.
Yeah. I would say practice that count, right? Because I'm trying to think of an atypical kind of intro right now. Nothing comes to mind, but I know exactly what they're talking about. It's something that's not quite.
Sometimes you want to count it in, but there are pickup notes ahead of the
That's
beat.
right. I mean, yeah. So there's a pickup note. It's usually on an and. Here's a good example that just it's not blues related, but I came across a video on YouTube recently because primarily I watched it because of the title, and the title was, did the Beatles were they schooled musicians, or did they know formal music or something like that? And so the YouTube was basically touched on whether they understood music theory in depth, whether they could read, whether they could write sheet music. But it also touches on this point of counting out a song. And if I get a chance later, Richard, I'll find a link to that and send it to you so you can share it, because it shows 3 or 4 examples of the Beatles counting songs in, and none of the songs are like each other. Each of them is counted in differently. Now, I'm sure because they wrote those songs, they kind of innately and then internalized the count, so it wasn't a big thing, to count it in. But there is such a thing as knowing how to count every song in, and I'd say it's always good to practice that particular count.
Actually, we warmed up today, funnily enough, with a Beatles song called All My Lovin'. And I said to folks, it's a counting of 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Close your eyes. Yeah?
There you go.
And there's your downbeat.
There you go.
That's it's not easy though, is it? Learning to.
No, it's not. Sometimes it comes in on an and on the song that I'm about to release next week. I've been practicing it with the band just so I can count it in, and it's like 1, 2, 1, and bum bum bum. So that 1, 2, 3, and bum. So it's an and, and so I make sure I emphasize that when I count it in. This is something I've been working on just for myself on that one song, because it's not like the other songs. It's not like a 12-bar blues shuffle. So you kind of have to pay attention to that.
And what about the actual tempo of the song? Do you kind of run the words through your mind? Or how do
Yes, I sing it in my head. This is also important, because the last thing for me is that I have certain comfort zones with singing as far as tempo. I typically don't have a powerful voice that can hold long sustains with big vibrato. So if I'm calling out a song slower than usual, that means I have to do more work holding these notes out as I sing. So tempo is key to me. So what I'll do is I'll sing it in my head just beforehand. Even that takes practice, to kind of cut out the noise that's around you and be able to just focus your mind for 2 seconds on the intro to a song, or whatever part of the song that'll give you the tempo. It takes practice, and it's something that I would encourage that folks should practice. Now, all of this, I'm saying, assuming that you're not one of those natural freaks of nature that knows how to do these things by default. And I really mean that. There are people out there who just do this. They don't think about these things because they're just born with whatever you want to call it, the gift or whatever, predisposition. That's not who I'm talking about. They don't need to work so hard. I do, and I try to.
Yeah, someone exactly. I'm going to ask you about. You said you run the song through you sing it through your mind. I'm going to ask you about singing as well, being a front man, playing harmonica in a second. You may have to remind me, but someone here's put. Speaking of humour, Bill, Mr. Stress Miller, sadly gone now, used to end his set saying, "The bar is still open, and remember, the more you drink, the better we sound."
And the better you dance.
Someone from YouTube says, hi, big shout out to everybody who's joining us on YouTube today. Amy, not Amy, so mistype. Any tips when playing with an electric mic for tone and sound?
When you say electric mic, I'm assuming they mean your typical.
A harp mic, I guess. Yeah.
I mean, there's tons of tips with regard to that, and that's like a few hours of conversation at least in itself. So I would say, given that I'm not a gearhead, my general approach is I pick a microphone that gives me good enough sound through most amplifiers. I have about 3 or 4 what I'd call decent harp amplifiers, tube amplifiers. If I'm selecting a microphone to buy, I haven't purchased a mic in a while because I'm happy with the ones I've got, but if I had to buy a new one, I'd typically test it through these amps and go, am I happy generally with the tone? I've never been a stickler for one specific kind of tone. I generally prefer it to be fat and sweet, like a nice combination of those two things. And typically all the rules that that get talked about, have a good airtight cup around the microphone if you can. That's very important if you want to get that deep Chicago kind of tone. But also not having a very tight cup is also useful in adding textural variety to your sound. Having a little bit of distance of from the surface of the microphone as you hold it with the harmonica, just having a little air pocket is useful in helping build a little bit of tone. But all of that is, like I said, it's in-depth study. And for somebody like me, it took a lot of time to learn how to even grip a bullet mic with 2 fingers, resting like this, and then holding the harmonica in these 2 fingers with the thumb, and then being able to do this on top of that. That took a lot of practice. Without even plugging into the amp, I would spend time just trying to hold the damn thing. And so, there is definitely a lot to talk about there. Since I come from like the Dave Barrett kind of school of playing amplified, I'd say definitely check out David Barrett's advice on bluesharmonica.com about
So
this.
whole topic for debate or discussion. You can take any. The questions are starting to roll in. Aki, do I take it you'd be happy to chat to folks afterwards in the breakout room if
Absolutely.
they're? Yeah, that would be amazing if you would. Mario says, "How do you?" Oh no, sorry, I beg your pardon. Nick says, "This is another big topic. What's your take on tongue blocking versus lip pursing? Are they both compatible with playing traditional blues? I'm speaking as a lip purser who tongue blocks octaves only."
Yeah, I think whatever gets you good tone and gets the job done is good. I am an exclusive tongue blocker these days. I've kind of almost forgotten how to lip purse effectively. I can do it, but I've lost my precision on bends and stuff, and it's always on my to-do list to get back to lip pursing. There's certain things you can do really well with lip pursing. For me, I want to play Junior Wells style things, which you can only really do with lip pursing. There's a certain level of speed and precision that comes easier with lip pursing, which isn't to say that you can't play fast and such with tongue block. Use what you need to use to get the job done and sound effective. If you want to play like big Walter Harton, you want a tongue block. You're not going to get that sound otherwise the way it was done. But if you don't, then play any way you want. The only thing I'd say is this: you can lip purse and get really good tone. I know this for a fact because I watched somebody that David Barrett, who taught me, make the switch, make the transition from lip purse to tongue block, and he would play certain licks, and it would be difficult to tell the two apart. So it's not really that you can't get great tone with lip purse. As long as you stick enough of the harmonica into your mouth, more harp in mouth will get you good tone. Just use the technique that gets the job done.
Lovely, lovely, lovely. Now you mentioned you used to run probably 2 or 3 even jam sessions during the week up until recently. Someone here's asking, Mario, how do you treat harmonica beginners you spot in the audience? Do you talk to them, motivate them to get them on stage and play a song? Or the opposite of that? Everyone knows these harmonica players who play in a band and they pick up the wrong harmonica and they perhaps don't stop. What do you do short of throwing bottles?
Whether or not somebody has the right level of whatever authority or mastery over the instrument, it's not as important to me, especially on the harmonica, because it's not like drums. Drums is a critical piece of the band in the sense that if the drummer isn't playing anything right, it doesn't matter how good everybody else is. Your beat is shot and the song is dead. However, if you have a really tight band and a beginner harmonica player playing on top of it that isn't playing anything spectacular but it's kind of in the right key, it's going to be okay. So when it comes to harmonica, I'm not really a stickler for whether somebody is a beginner or really intermediate or master. What's important is whether they have good attitude. If you're running a blues jam, do they have good attitude? Are they going to get along with everybody? Do they have confidence? So if they're going to be on stage, are they playing a support role or are they leading the band? If they're leading the band, they've got to show me as the jam host some level of confidence with doing that, and I can ask a few questions and figure that out pretty quickly. If you're a local jam host, you kind of know the pool of musicians that attend regularly, so you kind of know who's who and what's what. But yeah, it depends on the role the harp player wants to play. If they are leading, definitely then it's a higher level of responsibility. They've got to know the song, they've got to know the words that they're singing, or the instrumental they're going to lead, how to lead. All these things we talked about band leading, they kind of have to demonstrate some of that. And I'll give everybody one shot to see where they're at and see how they perform, if they're graceful about it. Failing is okay in my book, as long as you do it gracefully and you understand that it's a learning experience. That's really what blues jams are about. They're a learning experience.
I always say to my school kids, teaching them, I say, guys, listen, making mistakes, they're our best friends, they're our best teachers,
Hey, I made a whole career out of it.
I'm keeping an eye on the clock. I don't want to let you go. I didn't want to let Victor go because seeing you guys again is just such an absolute thrill. But Aki, I'm looking at 3 general questions. Everyone's very complimentary about your insights into things. three things. One I mentioned about learning to sing as a front person, because I consider myself a harmonica player that also sings rather than a singer who also plays harmonica. I think you a harmonica and a singer in equal measure. That's one thing. Someone's asking about how to add color to your acoustic sound, and then someone else is asking the nuances of traditional Indian and or Bollywood music different to Western music, like scales, rhythms, chords, and so on there. Because we often hear, don't we, about the micro bend in five being relevant in Asian music, but not perhaps in Western music. So three things to throw at you there.
Okay, well, I'll start with the last one. The Bollywood blues genre that I've kind of gotten infamous for, is really it's not as based in real traditional Indian music like Hindustani or Carnatic, although there are many elements of that in it. So for me, it's a far easier thing to take songs from the 50s and 60s Bollywood genre and kind of fuse them with blues, because a lot of those songs were already fusion efforts of sorts, fusion between Indian and Western music, right? So in Indian real traditional music, as far as I know, there's no concept of chords. It's ragas or scale-driven music is what it is. So the process of injecting chords into this and creating these compositions itself is an act of fusion. And for me, I don't know technically about the nuances of which raga or which note I might be accessing when I'm singing a certain melody a certain way. I just know that because I'm Indian, I grew up listening to that music my whole life. When I sing, those elements kind of just sneak into the way I sing. And it's just part of me. I kind of had to unlearn it a little bit to sing a straight ahead kind of, maybe a Beatles song, which I love Beatles. So to sing more Western material, I kind of had to stop doing that. But these days I'm letting myself go into that direction and really sing the way I naturally would have. So Indian singing is kind of innate to me. What was the first question there, Richard? Before the color your tone acoustically part. I can't hear you. I think you're
Sorry, colouring your acoustic tone. Sorry, I was muted there. My acoustic tone was pretty rubbish just then.
Was there a question before that particular one?
I mentioned about actually, did you have to learn to sing as well as learn to play harmonica?
I've kind of always been like a shower singer, one of these guys who's enthusiastic about singing, but I tried to take formal lessons in my 20s just to kind of get some vocal tips and learn some exercises, and I sometimes still fall back to warm up my voice on those drills and exercises. But singing to me has just been like an ongoing journey, just trying to find the best way to employ my voice to sing a particular song. There are certain genres or subgenres like soul that I stay away from, because I think you really have to have a certain texture to the voice, a really good vibrato, for instance, and kind of culturally, black gospel singers, they come from a culture where they understand the nuances. It's like when I talked about me singing Indian music, I grew up with that, so certain things that happen in Indian music, I just know from being a child listening to it, and that's the same with gospel and soul. So I haven't really tried to sing that material. I think unless I find some magical way to make it my own, I probably won't. But I usually just try to sing material that I think I can convey emotionally with the voice that I've got, and I've gotten better at it over the years. So really it's an ongoing experience kind of thing as far as vocals go.
Well, I think you're being very modest there, frankly. I love it. I mean, your whole performance, you are somebody who I regard as a very strong singer, very strong harmonica player, but also an exceptionally skilled showman.
Well, thank you, brother.
You know how to light up a room, light up an audience. There's no doubt about that, and that's been captured on video. It's for everyone to see, including what you did at Harpin by the Sea when you first came over.
Well,
I
you
would
put.
I
Thank
would
you.
put money to come and see you any day of the week, Mr. Kumar.
Thank
And
you
I'm
so
hoping,
much.
I'm hoping that our wonderful audience around the world, they're joining us. We've had somebody from Mumbai who's
Oh,
joined us.
hello.
Yeah, I can't see them on the feed now, but
Amche
when
Mumbai, Marathi Manus.
we did, yeah, and we've got people in Hawaii, Mumbai, in all over joining us today.
I love it.
But don't forget to tell us where you're tuning in from. So yeah, someone else is then asking, what do you think about when you need to add texture and color to your playing? Your
Okay, so I'm going
acoustics.
to very quickly run. I don't know how much time do we have? 5, 10 minutes?
We got a good 10 minutes left. Yes.
10 minutes. I'll run very quickly through a song that I just picked up. I really like the movie Oh Brother, Where Art Thou? Because the soundtrack to me was very, it kind of introduced me to Americana and such, which I hadn't heard before. So the song You Are My Sunshine is one of the songs I've been kind of wanting to play for many years, almost 2 decades, and I haven't done that. So just a couple of days ago, I sat down and tried to play it. And the melody, you are my sunshine, my only sunshine. You make me happy when skies are gray. I think that's the words. You'll never know, dear, how much I love you. Please don't take my sunshine away. I think most folks know this song, or at least are familiar with this melody, right? So it's a straightforward thing. I'm going to play this in second position with very few effects and embellishments, as much as I can. So that's just the straightforward melody. And believe it or not, it took me some time to play this without adding effects, because adding articulation and different hand effects and stuff is so natural to me now that I have to kind of think about not doing that, right? So what I mean is, what would I do to add more weight or depth or flavor to this, right? You hear any great player, Victor, who went on just before, is a killer example of this kind of stuff. Victor, he does this all the time, and again, he's a guy who probably doesn't think about it, but you can hear it. Even when he was playing the most simplest example of Gary Primishlik, he was putting a lot of stuff in there that's technique, and it adds so much flavor to the sound. So what can I do here? Clean, simple notes right now. One simple thing I could do is go back to being a beginner and be a little sloppy in my playing. So instead of playing the 3 draw, which is really playing the 2 and the 3 holes cleanly, I could add a little slop and bring in the 4 draw when I'm playing the 3 draw, bring in the 3 draw when I'm playing the 2 draw, and that changes this to. Right? This is a simple thing, almost kind of unlearning the precision of playing single notes, but it adds weight to the sound. It adds this folksiness to the sound, and I think it's very effective. So then I can do this on the blow notes as well. If I'm playing 4 blow, I'll add in a little bit of 5. If I'm playing 5 blow, I'll add in a little bit of 6. Now note, when I did the 4 inhale, I kind of didn't also bring in the 5 draw, because when you're playing these kinds of neighborhood holes, you kind of have to keep, it's good to have a good ear, but you kind of be aware of chords and what notes you're playing next to each other. So on certain, because of the way the harmonica is tuned, certain notes next to each other sound fine over certain chords, certain notes do not. And it's good to...
If you drew that 5, typically if you drew the 5 draw over something that's perhaps a major pentatonic, it's going to grind the gears somewhat, isn't it?
Yeah, and in this case, I think the playing that you're playing that over the 4 of the song. The melody kind of you're on the 4 of the song, and you're kind of playing the 4 of the 4, and even the 2 of the 4, something like that. And those two, to my ear, they don't jive. So I would avoid that. But again, you can play if you are effective. You can play bad notes, right? If you were playing up the same melody up top and playing like a complete beginner, no precision at all. That was great, man. If I can, pat myself on the back, I think that was great. And I played unlike how I would play normally at a gig, because I'd go, well, that's sloppy. No, it was great. You got the job done. So even if certain
someone else is, I was about to say myself that reminded me of Bob Dylan, but I pretend I didn't say that. Okay,
I have written Dylan in my notes here. Absolutely. I think Bob Dylan was great in getting the job done. And so that just, and Jimmy Reed, another great guy, I think technically considered sometimes unsophisticated, I think technically great because he employed all of these things.
Aki, we have Son of Dave in the room, who you know from probably
Yes.
from Blowout. He said he's just recorded that and he's going to send that off to Sony.
Oh no, I want to keep my contract, Son of Dave. Don't sabotage it. So that's really one very cheap and effective way to add like a little bit of flavor and variety to your playing. You can also tongue slap. For those of you that know how to do this technique, it's Rice Miller or Big Walter use this very effectively, which is really to that pop, 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 using the tongue to slap the face of the harp. Well, on this song, I kind of would do. Instead of just playing. And the cool thing with any and all of this is you can mix and match as you want. You can play one note single cleanly, and then the next note with whatever effect you want to add on top of it, and then switch around the next time. And even though you don't really explicitly think about it, the audience is, kind of considering that to be a different lick almost, subtly, because you're playing the same lick with different variations, and it gives you a lot of options as you're playing. One of the things I do constantly is I switch between using 2 draw or 3 blow. It's the same note in second, on the harmonica, but in second position it's the root note. And so I could play just you are my son, you are, so that note for R, right? Could be 2 draw, it could be 3 blow, right? When I play 3 blow, I add a little bit of a tongue slap just for effect. I don't try to add too much because that is actually a chord. If I add too many notes into that tongue slap, and it's a 4 chord where it doesn't need to be, but I'll add a little bit, just, it helps add that little flavor. Sometimes it just helps me exhale, get air out of my lungs if I have to. So there's that.
I wonder if I could, forgive me for interrupting you there.
Go ahead.
Keeping a close eye on the clock, I wonder, could we persuade you to play the whole piece?
Sure, I'll play a couple of rounds of it. Let me switch to a better harp. This is kind of going out of tune.
Or if you
A
had
flat some.
whatever, we'd love to hear you play something. If you,
you know what? Since I brought this one up, let me see if I can play it with a few of these effects that I'm talking about. Sorry, it's an A flat harp. So if you're playing along, you don't have this, you're screwed. throw in some octaves. Sorry, I had to end it with that silliness. But I threw in a few of the things that I'm talking about, hand effects and octaves and stuff. And the song is very new to me, so as I spend more time with it, I'm gonna kind of get a better grip on the melody and know where to do what. But this is the process.
I tell you what, here's high praise. There's somebody. He must be from Spain somewhere. His name's Victor Puertas. He's put a message in here. It says, "Go Aki!" Not one exclamation mark, not two, but three. How about that?
That costs extra. Thank you, Victor.
Aki, so someone's put here, Son of Day wants an Aki Kumar t-shirt. On your website is akikumar.com, am I correct?
Yes, you can, but I'm sold out of... all I have is extra small children's size t-shirts left, so...
We're going to have to move on in a second, Aki, but I want to say on behalf of everybody here, on everybody out there on YouTube land, everybody all around the world is tuned in. Thank you so much for bringing us your music and your love, your glorious personality. It would not have been the same without you joining in. And thank goodness, in some way, there's a silver lining to this quandary we're all in, that we've had an opportunity to get together again, and I would really implore everybody to show their appreciation. Put some, we call them beer tokens over here. You have a tips jar in the States. Put some money aside, folks, whatever you can manage, because Aki's out of work. All our wonderful musicians are out of work, and they deserve our support. Aki, give my love, please, to your gorgeous wife, Rachel. Take our love back with you. Spread it around all your friends in San Jose, won't you? And I sincerely hope we can get you over this side of the pond before too long.
Thank you. I feel like I'm there already, but I really appreciate you inviting me to this. I've had a great time. I'm going to stick around and tune in. And if anybody has any questions, they can reach me at akikumar@gmail.com, or just go to my website and contact me. I'm on Instagram, on Facebook. There's various ways to harass me. I'm happy to field questions. I don't charge. I'm just happy to spread the love. And hey, if you would please, everybody that's tuned in, check out my new single. It's coming out on the 12th of February. It's called Zindagi, and no harmonica, unfortunately, but I think you might just enjoy it, even though it doesn't have harp on it.
Wonderful, Aki. I'm sure there's loads of people would like to meet you in the bar now. It is a dry bar, unfortunately. You have to take your own drinks. However, God bless you, and thank you so much for joining us. A round of applause for Mr. Aki Kumar, ladies and gentlemen, from all around the world. Woo, 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 woo. Uncle Russ, would you be so kind? I hate to say it, but we need to run VT. Aki, goodbye. Thank you so much.
Now when a girl reached the age of 18, you know she began to think she's grown. And that's the kind of girl that you can never find at home. Come see me early in the morning, baby, by the break of day. Yeah, then you can see me hugging my pillow, where my baby, she used to lay. One drink of wine and 2 drinks of gin. You know that pretty young girl, she put me in the state I'm in. Come see me early in the morning, baby, by the break of day. Yes, then you can see me hugging my pillow, where my baby, she used to lay. You know, I passed by the Brunswick, and I peeked through that door. She was doing the boogie woogie right here in the middle of the dance floor. Come see me early in the morning, baby, by the break of day. Yeah, then you can see me hugging my pillow.
So, ladies and gentlemen, the wonderful Aki Kumar there in action in all his glory. Now, we have to move on with the program now, and I'm going to introduce to you all the way from Louisiana, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, the wonderful Mr. Randy Landry. Randy, how are you doing, my friend?
I'm doing awesome, thank you.
And are you in Hammond in Louisiana?
Yes, we're in Hammond, Louisiana, about 45 miles northwest of New Orleans. And the weather's terrible today, raining and cold. So I'm happy to be in here talking to you guys.
Oh, well, we are so delighted that you could find the time to connect with us and come and say hello, because, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Randy Landry and the whole Lone Wolf operation have been an immense supporter of Harpin By The Sea this year. And without you and our other sponsors as well, Randy, then we wouldn't be here right now. So from the heart, from all the team, from everybody watching, thank you so much. Thank you so much for everything.
You're very welcome. It's my pleasure to give back to the community.
Well, God bless you. And I'm going to bring up a screen share. I've got something to show the folks, haven't I?
Yes. It's a diagram that shows the basic order from which we want to think about when we place our effect pedals in a chain.
So I've got things here like one of these.
Yeah, the harp attack.
A harp attack. I have an octave pedal. I have a harp delay. I have a harp shield. I collect these things, you see.
Awesome.
A mojo pad. And before I let you go later on, I'd like you to talk to us about the Boogeyman that you so very generously donated to our charity raffle as well, because I know that it's helping raise a terrific amount of money for kids who are not very fortunate. They're in critical care in hospital. So we'll come on to that in a moment. But tell us a bit about how Lone Wolf got started.
Oh, well, that's... I started out, I was an aspiring wannabe harp player, and I've been working on it for several years, but it kind of goes with the natural progression of harp playing is that, you know, once you work on the acoustic tone and you get a couple chops, you want to play amplified. So I did, and I'm an electronics technician by trade. So I just kind of built me an amplifier and went from there. I began hearing people talk about delay pedals on forums on the internet and how much they added to playing harp. So, but also read a lot of complaints about regular guitar delays. So I just went ahead and took a guitar delay. It was actually a kit pedal. And I studied it and I decided to change certain parts in it to make it work better for harp, for gain and for tonal response and for overall envelope of the effects. And it turned out okay. I liked it anyway. And I mentioned it on the internet, and a harp player by the name of Ryan Hart wanted me to send it to him because he wanted to try it out. Well, he did, and he loved it. He made a video and he started sharing it on Harpel. I imagine a lot of you guys are familiar with Harpel. It's an email list that's been around since probably the 90s.
Sure.
And it's still going strong today. And next thing I know, I'm getting emails. I'm getting people asking me to build one for them. And it grew from that.
Which is fantastic. And then, so today you have a whole unit there with a production team and so on?
Yes, I have. I've fluctuated between 3 and 4 employees. Right now we have 3 employees, and we have a location here. We started in my garage at my house, and we've grown out of that to an outside location away from home now, where we build our pedals and test them and send them out to our customers.
And where are your customers? Are they local to the US?
All over the world. I'd say throughout the history of the company, between 40 and 45% of my customers are international. So we have a very strong international base of customers besides the supporters, besides the US base.
That is quite incredible. So you export worldwide, and you have a whole production team there. And in a moment, I'd like you just to explain to us how the Boogeyman came about and what it has. I have an image of that we can bring on the screen here, because if our folks watching in wanted to buy a raffle ticket, on the website, they're in with a chance of winning one of these splendid pedals, which I believe has a street value of over 350 or nearly 400 US dollars. You know, so they're in for quite a pleasant surprise if they can win one of those. Before we get there, would you be kind enough to take us through the diagram and explain to us your recommended setup for the pedals?
Okay, sure. Basically, we start off with, you start with your microphone, and you got basically your high impedance or your low impedance mic. If you have a high impedance, you can plug directly into any effect pedal. If you have a low impedance mic, you will need an impedance matching transformer. And then the first pedal we want to have in our chain, it would be a anti-feedback pedal if you have one. Not everybody uses one; they aren't required, but they can be a very useful tool. So you want to start off with your anti-feedback pedal first. Two examples would be the Harp Shield and the Kinder anti-feedback pedal. So once you got that base covered, then we want to do any kind of tone shaping that we want to do, any equalizers or compressors. And, we want to get our tone right before we start entering into any effects. Then we get into what I describe as my own wording here is tone enhancing, which would be something that adds to our tone. An octave pedal adds to what we're playing. The chorus pedal adds to. So I like to see that next after the equalization. Then from there, we want to consider a clean boost. Clean boost is very effective for a couple of reasons. One is for solos. You get that little extra boost, a little extra volume for a solo. But the real fun part of the boost is when you do kick it in, if you didn't have it on already and you want to kick it in, you get that low amplification before your drive pedals. And what that gives you is just that little bit of added distortion, that little bit of added overdrive to go along with the volume. And it's in the audience, it makes you take note. It makes you, it really catches your ear, and it stands out. So that's a very good use for a clean boost. And so we want that before our drive pedals. Drive pedals will add any kind of distortion or overdrive to the tone. Some is any kind of compression or other types of distortion. There's a lot of different types. So after the drive, then we kind of near an end. We're not going to add anything else other than room effect, which would be a delay or reverb, a pog pedal, sonic maximizer. I'm trying to think of, that type of pedal. And then from there, we're going to need an interface. If we're going into a harp amp, we don't really need any interface at all. We can go straight from our pedals into the harp amp. If we're going into a guitar amp has a lot of preamp gain, which increases feedback. So one way to combat that would be to use a mojo pad. It'll counter that preamp gain and make that guitar amp works as if you had a tube swap, like on a preamp tube. So it makes it very harp friendly. And then if we're going straight into the PA, which really is the way the industry's going nowadays, you don't have to have a DI box, but it's always recommended to have a DI box because it's quieter. You use the XLR regular mic cable, which is always readily available on stage, and it's better for the sound man than otherwise you would have to use an instrument input into the PA. And that about sums it up. This about covers all the bases there.
What I've done is I've added a download of this on our website, Randy. So if anyone wants a copy of that and they can't take a screenshot, they can go to our sponsors page on Harpin By The Sea website and they can download that there. I'd like to just give a personal recommendation also for your Harp Train amplifiers. I saw a friend using one recently in a gig, and I thought, well, where's he getting the tone from? And I desperately needed something a lot more easier to carry and use in a small environment than a basement or whatever. And I got a Harp Train, and I have to say it's one of the best bits of kit I've ever used. So how long have they been around now? How long has the Harp Train amplifier?
I'm glad to hear that. Shoot, probably 4 years that I've had it out. Right now you can get them, Peter with Harmonicas Direct carries them in the UK. He takes care of the European market, and I sell primarily in the US market.
Yeah, I mean they retail at around about just under 300 English pounds over here. As you say, Harmonicas Direct sell those. That's the Harp Train 10, right? There are a couple of different models.
Yes, I did have the Harp Train 40, and Peter may still have some of them, but I've had to discontinue them due to factory requirements. Their requirements increased in the minimum order they would take. So I had to back off of that product. I just couldn't meet their minimum requirements for ordering.
Okay. But if anyone's listening and they can get hold of it, I want to try out a Harp Train, as a small amplifier for, with a load of, it's only got two, hasn't it? It's got balls and volume or whatever. Again, I love that. Just two, that's literally what they're called. The two controls can't go wrong. And it just kicks out such a payload of tone. Randy, let's move on now to the Lone Wolf, the Boogeyman model that's on the screen here. Can you run us through that?
Our Boogeyman came about with the idea of having an all-in-one pedal that you could just plug in at the stage. Convenience. All you need is one AC adapter. You need AC adapter, but other than that, you can plug an XLR cable straight into it. So it has a DI built into the pedal. So a separate DI is not needed. It has an output that can go to a harmonica amplifier or a guitar amp. The outputs are isolated and buffered so that you can use both outputs at the same time. What I did with this pedal is I took two of my best-selling pedals, which are the Harp Break and the Harp Delay, and I combined them into one. And I built it to where you could put either the break or the delay and bypass, or have them both in. And that's basically it. It's an all-in-one pedal. It gives you a really, really nice array of tones you can get between the delay and the break effect.
Superb. We're running short on time, I'm afraid, Randy. But what I want to really impress upon people is that these are quality pedals. I remember having a chat with you and Jason Ritchie on your stand at Spa in St. Louis a couple of years back, and what a tremendous service you guys provide. It is fantastic equipment. But also the fact that you've been so generous, Randy, in straight away, without question, we just approached you cold. You probably never heard of us. Straight away, you were open and said, "Yeah, we'll support the whole idea of going live around the world online." And so, folks, you can actually buy a raffle ticket, and Randy has very kindly and generously provided a Lone Wolf Blues Company Boogeyman pedal, as pictured here, which we'll have the raffle draw on Sunday. And the winner will communicate the details to you, Randy, and you'd be happy to mail that out to the lucky winner.
Oh, yes. As soon as I get the information, I will be mailing it out.
God bless you. Thank you so much. Now, do I understand you're happy to head off to the bar and meet folks there who would like to ask you further questions?
Yes, I will be. I will be in the bar for a period of time and be happy to answer any questions.
Randy, thank you. Please stick around with us. Come and join in over the weekend. If you want us to say anything else more about Lone Wolf and all this amazing work you do, just drop us a line. We'd be very, very happy to do that, folks. You can visit Randy Landry online at the Lone Wolf website. All the links are on the Harpin By The Sea website sponsors page. You'll find all the information you need there, including, as I mentioned before, this specific download of how to set up all your pedals. Randy, thank you so much for joining us. We're going to head on now. We have to move on, and we've got not a million miles from you there. We're going to have Mickey Raphael joining us from Dallas, Texas, just across the state line.
That'll be fun.
Stick around, and thank you so much. If you care to join everybody in the breakout room, we'll see you there. And in the meantime, big round of applause for Randy Landry and Lone Wolf Pedals. Thank you so much. And in the meantime, Uncle Russ, would you be so kind as to run VT?
Georgia, the whole day through. Just an old sweet song keeps Georgia on my mind. Georgia, Georgia, a song of you comes as sweet and clear as moonlight through the pines. Other arms reach out for me, other eyes smile tenderly. Still in peaceful dreams I see the road leads back to you. Georgia, Georgia, no peace I find, and just an old sweet song keeps Georgia on my mind. Georgia, Georgia, no peace I find, and just an old sweet song keeps Georgia on my mind. And just an old sweet song keeps Georgia on my mind. On my mind. On my mind. On my mind.
Well, how about that? How about that? Beautiful there. Okay, so yeah, uh, you're watching Harpin by the Sea, on live on Zoom and YouTube, coming to you from the UK. Everything's UK time at 20:37. We've got a show coming up for you for the rest of the weekend. Please stay tuned. Look for the links in the chat. Which way is the chat? I don't know. Coming up next, ladies and gentlemen. Born and raised in the Lone Star State of Texas, Dallas, Mickey Raphael's career as Willie Nelson's harmonica player has spanned almost 3 decades. His intelligent playing style has become a hallmark of Nelson's crossover sound, earning him a large audience worldwide. Mickey has played with a variety of artists over the years, ranging from Elton John, U2, Motley Crue. I want to hear those stories, I really do. Vince Gill, Emmylou Harris, the Mavericks, Kenny Wayne Shepherd, another hero of mine. So yeah, I'd like to introduce to you, if you could unmute. Hello, Mickey. Can you hear me? Are you there?
Yes. Am I unmuted? I guess I am.
No, yeah, we can hear you. Fabulous for you to join us, mate. Thank you so much, all the way from Dallas,
Thank you for
Texas.
having me.
No problem. Feeling good tonight?
Pardon?
Feeling good this evening.
I do feel good.
Good
Yes,
man.
indeed.
Good man.
Any day above ground, you know.
Well, yeah, I'm not sure that's a well, you know, with these times, that's not such a but yeah, we are lucky to be here, and it's good. Yeah, man. So yeah, I personally have a million questions. I mean, I love your style of playing. You know, that really melodic, you know, versatile, the backing, you know, stuff you were doing there with Willie Nelson. I mean, you know, I can either ask my million questions. I know you've got some Georgia on your mind to show
You know,
us as well.
let's go with the questions because
Okay,
you know
man.
what I was going to show. You know, I was saying at the beginning, you know, I'm not really a teacher, but I can answer any question you want. So you know, you should start me off with some if you have any specific questions.
Well, personally, you know, obviously, I want to hear all the rock and roll stories for definite. So, any of those you were probably not rock and roll to you with the amount of. I mean, I was the biggest U2 fan in the world when I was a teenager, absolutely huge. And Motley Crue, having recently seen The Dirt, not much of a family film, but do you know what I mean? There's some interesting. I mean, just the standard of people that you've played with. You know, obviously, you know, you're going to have to, your musicianship is quite clearly, we just hear you high, but how does one, apart from being an incredible musician, get gigs like that? What do you know, is it luck? Do you have a good agent?
No, you know, it's being at the right place at the right time. It's a lot of luck. You know, it's being able to fool people most of the time. You know, maybe riding on the downfall of others. The Motley Crue thing. Vince Neil was trying to play the solo on "Smoking in the Boys' Room," and he just couldn't cut it, at least to where the rest of the guys wanted. Tommy Lee had a particular idea, had a particular sound in mind, and Tom Werman, who their producer, knew me. He had used me on a Blue Oyster Cult record a few months before, so he said, "Let's call Mickey and we'll get him in here and try it." So they called me. I played the solo on "Smoking in the Boys' Room," and then Vince played the very end. There's a little lick at the very end of the song. So just you know, they weren't looking for me originally, other than Vince. You know, they weren't happy with his solo, and so I got the call. You know, and then of course Vince got heavy metal instrumentalist of the year for that solo, which I think he put in about 3 notes, but you know, that's fine.
Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. I mean, you know, I was just listening to the Georgia there with Willie, and you have a fantastic way of playing behind the singer. You know, as a harmonica player, we you know, especially on local circuits, we get such a bad reputation of playing all over the singer. You know, oh, we had a harp player. You know, I've walked into jam sessions and someone's gone, "Oh, not another harmonica player." We had one in here last week, and he blasted all over everybody. But your style back is so like just what the song needs. Do you have any tips for us on, you know, playing like that, supporting the singer?
Yeah. I mean, I'm totally guilty of playing too much, and even that solo on Georgia that you just played, I was kind of cowering because in the band at the time, I mean, on that show was Leon Russell on piano, who you didn't even see really in the film, and then his horn player Marty Greb was playing sax. So you know, when I had the solo, play the solo, and then make room for other people. Grady Martin, who is our guitar player, who's also one of the most prolific and famous studio guitar players in Nashville during the 40s and 50s and 60s, and he played on Elvis's records. And Marty Robbins, he was a guitar player that played on El Paso. And when his a tube broke or it got loose on his amp, it was the sound it made was the first fuzz tone. So he has quite a pedigree. And he told me one time, he said, "Man," he goes, "smoke a cigarette. Take that thing out of your mouth. You play too much." He wasn't very warm and fuzzy when he told me that, but it's like that's the best advice I ever got from anybody. And Charlie McCoy tells the same story, maybe 10 years previous, that he was in the studio with Grady because Grady was always the session leader on those big record dates. And he told Charlie, he goes, "Do not play while the singer's singing," because the harmonica is really like a voice. So if two people are talking, I mean, one person talks at a time.
Yeah, I mean, I heard the same advice from Charlie. We had him on Harmonica UK, which is our other festival over here, and online, and he was saying that he when he plays, he feels he's singing the melody line as well, and the harmonica is such a vocal instrument. I mean, yeah, it's related to mouth, but he was saying the same thing, same sort of thing, yeah. So that's great. That's great advice, and just what it needs. Take it out of your mouth and smoke a cigarette. We're getting some great health advice here today.
Yeah, and that point, it's hard to lay back on the harp because it's not like you're a guitar player or a keyboard player where you've got something in your hands and you can, when you're not soloing or not really playing, you've got something to hide behind. You're pretty raw and naked out there when you play, so you want to be doing something all the time. It's hard just to stand there and not do anything.
Absolutely. I mean, do you feel that you have to be? I mean, there's a certain versatility I noticed you're playing as well, like the contrast in song styles as well. Do you feel like it's a musical knowledge or an open mind? What do you feel adds to that sort of versatility as a harp player, enabling you to play from such diverse things as heavy metal, country, and modern rock, rock and even Christian rock with you too, yeah. So what advice would you give to sort of gain some versatility there?
I think I'm kind of like a jack of all trades and a master of none. I can kind of fake it in all genres. I'm not a great reader. If something's put before me, I can figure it out. But you just have to learn to listen and to try to figure out. I think one of the most important things is try to figure out what the song needs, not what not what you can do. I mean, what you can add to the song, but if it doesn't need to be played, don't play it. That's like one great thing about Charlie McCoy is, and I was able to, I've worked with him in the studio where he doesn't play one note that doesn't absolutely have to be played.
Right.
So
yeah.
With his notes. And you know what? I think that's it comes with age. When I was 22 years old, and fueled up with I don't know what you want to play, you're playing every lick, both of them.
Yes, that's what Charlie was saying. All the young guys want to hear about Orange Blossom Special, and as a young man I started playing when I was 11 or 12, and I listened to your Orange Blossom Special inside out, and that's all I wanted about. And he said, all the young guys want to know about that, and I'm like, well, thanks, but I'm not a young guy anymore, and I'm asking him. But yeah, you're right. There's a fire in your heart as a young man, isn't there? And
yeah. I mean, I want to hear "He Stopped Loving Her Today." I mean, what he does with 3 notes on that song is just
absolutely magic. Yeah. Okay, so we've had a couple of questions in the chat. If you're good for those,
of course.
People, one person's asking, do you? I mean, the age-old question. Any harmonica forum, everyone's asking, are you a lip purser or a tongue blocker?
I am a lip purser, but I tongue block in the privacy of my home.
Fabulous. I'm glad you're getting the tone of our late night session over here. That's fantastic.
Yeah, and when Joe Falisco, it's funny because he'll customize my harmonicas, and when I call him and say I need this, he goes, so what, have you learned anything new? What are you working on? Like I'm working on this D. Ford Bailey thing, so I almost have to audition.
Harps, man. Yeah, right. I mean, speaking of harps there, what harps are you using? What's your preference? People are wanting to know that as well. So I thought that'd be a good lead in there. What's your preference? Are you old school, pre-war? Do you have customs? What do you like?
I have custom Faliscos, which I love. I don't have them here because they're on the road with Willie. and we're shut down right now. So I have a studio kit that I keep here. That's the Rocket, and then the Marine Band Deluxe. But I love the wooden combs. So old school, because I started out playing the Marine Band when they were $3.95. So I just did 10 songs with Willie, and we used the Rockets on that record. But I really love anything with a wood comb.
Yeah, you feel that gives it the warmth and that sort of depth of tone.
The Rockets are really warm too, and it's funny because yeah, I love the way they play. But I'm just I'm loyal to Falisco, and I just wish I had his harp. He just made me a couple of melody tuned harps the other day. But my main kit is I left in in my gig box on the road. So
do you have like a harmonica roadie that just looks after your harmonicas? Because like I once I was very, very lucky when I was a young man to play with Lee Oscar and War at the Jazz Cafe over in Camden Town, and he had 2 roadies that he just left his harmonicas all over the stage, and like these 2 guys came and put all his harmonicas away. Do you have a guy for that? Is that why they're on? Is that why
no? Because I put them all in the box where they go. I can't have a guy that sets it up. I started working with a few effects. In fact, I've got to check out the Lone Wolf stuff. But when I did the last couple of years with Chris Stapleton. So they wanted me to play through. I play through my road rig is a Beyer M160 that I got from Lee Oscar. So it's a ribbon mic, handheld through an AEA mic pre, and then go right into the PA. But I'll use one of the overdrive pedals, and all that stuff. It has to be set up beforehand. So Kenny, one of the touring guys with Stapleton, sets all that stuff up for me. But I keep saying, now, how are you setting this up? And I'll go and take pictures of it and draw it out. I at least ought to know how to set my rig up. But I don't.
Yeah, man. No, I struggle with gear. I mean, being a sort of fairly local musician, and so just going around, I try and keep it simple. And I think those pedals rather than big amps and stuff like that. And Lee Oscar was one of the first guys I saw using pedals. I mean, he had bunches of envelope followed filters, TWAs. He had also, I don't even know what that means. I'm just saying words now, but he just
in a perfect world, I'd like to just walk up with a harmonica to a mic on a stand. And I keep trying different mics, ribbon mics. I mean, you can't beat a 58 on a stand, but I keep bringing out new ones. I mean, because with Willie, I don't really play through an amp. That's not our sound with that band. So I with Willie, it's a real clean, kind of fat and clean sound. And even in the studio with Willie. Now, on some of the Stapleton records, I've played through an amp, and used just a different array of mics. But my favorite is just to walk up with nothing, Keep.
Yeah. Yeah, why make life complicated? I mean, you just want to go, and what is important is you just want to play. I mean, yeah, you could spend so much time. I mean, the amount of gear and stuff like that, and I like that it's simplifying down to pedals because every amp I ever picked up would just squeal feedback at me, no matter where I stood, and I just gave up and chucked it down, So yeah, I totally agree, mate. I just want to walk up. Like I said, SM58 is utterly indestructible. That microphone.
I know you can hammer with it too. That's why they like it. Yeah. And I've got a bunch of some small Fender amps, but I don't want to take them on the road. I'll because stuff gets tore up so easy. So it's and I do like having something in my hand. So the M160, the Beyer, is just, I can handheld hold it, but being a ribbon, it's got a nice clean fat tone. And just
some of those ribbon mics are a bit delicate. I've never used them. I've seen them used, but I've never used one. Are they a bit delicate? What's the deal with those things? Do they have like a large sphere?
No, they're supposed to be so delicate, and I've dropped mine. I don't know how many times. And I usually, it's lasted 10 years before I had to have the ribbon replaced. And I drop it all. So, I'll see it.
We've got show and tell at Mickey's house.
So it's a small diaphragm, and then this is what Lee plays through. So it's easy to hold in my hand. That's the M160. So, but it's a nice acoustic sound.
Okay, and sorry, pardon me. Is that a ribbon mic? That's a dynamic mic?
Yeah, it's a ribbon. Yeah.
Oh wow. Okay.
And there's not much protecting it if you drop it, but I've just been real lucky when I dropped it.
So yeah, that lovely clean sound, there. That sort of focus that you have on the particular notes, and like Lee Oscars as well. Like, because everyone wants to be Chicago, it seems to me. I don't know what what your view on it is, but everyone wants the crystal element, everyone wants the filth, everyone wants the tube drive. But the harmonica for me has a lovely, pure, beautiful tone, and I noticed even just on those recordings I've heard there, that absolutely bright sort of but still very full and very big sound. I wonder if you could sort of give me some tips on that sort of your tone, please.
Yeah, I mean, I think I have a really good tone. I'm not a fast player. I've never really played the Chicago style that much. I love it and I listen to it all the time, but I could never, that's probably why I don't go to a lot of these harmonica jams, because it's just, there's so many great players that can do that. And I don't, but, I do have a good tone. So I need a mic that will just reproduce what I'm putting out there. In the studio, I'll use another ribbon, which is the Royer 122, and that's predominantly what I record with, in the studio. So that's it's just really just reproducing what's coming out of my lungs. So I guess everybody's built differently, so they'll have different tones. I don't know how to control my tone. I worked for so long on vibrato. Now I'm working on trying to get rid of it. Try to not play with vibrato.
Maybe I did that when I first got it. I put it on every note. Every note I played had vibrato. Every note I heard had a bit of like on it.
Yeah, so you're never worrying about tuning for one. If you're not playing with vibrato, they can tell if you're out of tune, if the note's in tune or not. But Donnie Brooks, the great harmonica player, another player from Dallas, who went on to play with Waylon and do tons of commercials. He lived in New York. He was the first guy to sit down and actually show me, how the notes were laid out on the harmonica. And he had such a great acoustic tone. And also, told me about tremolo, which I would not.
So sorry, man, we've got a couple of you, all right? Have you got a drink with you? Alcoholic one. I don't know what time it is there. Crack on. It's the weekend. It's always 5 o'clock somewhere. Is that a song? And we've had a couple of questions in the thing. Someone's asking about tunings that you use. I know that you were going to talk us through, Georgia, maybe on a country tuning, or is there different older tunings that you like? I know when we were talking a lot about Lee Oscar, and obviously you and he sort of, discuss stuff quite clearly. Obviously equipment, because you had his microphone. But did you get into his tunings? What tunings do you like?
Yeah, I did. I loved his natural minor tunings, and sometimes the melody tunings. Of Lee. Mostly with Willie, I'll play just the regular tuning, and on a couple of songs I'll use the country tuning. There were two ways to play Georgia. When I first played it on the record, I was just kind of jamming, really. But when Grady drilled it into me to get closer to the melody, I don't think they had the country tuned harmonicas yet. So there's a note, there's a B that doesn't exist, a major seventh that doesn't exist on the diatonic. So I would play the solo. This is with the regular harp. And with a country tuning, because I heard Ray, we did some dates with Ray Charles, and he sang it this way, where he hit that B. It'd be a. So either way, I mean, I've heard him sing it both ways. So, trying to stick close to a melody. And it's just like he would sing it differently, and I would play it differently. I wrote a chart out for how I played it, and then I was looking at it this morning, and it's like, I don't even know if I can play it like I wrote it. With
That's so
Willie,
good
it's
to know
all
it's not just me.
yeah, no. With Willie, it's all just stream of consciousness. The only thing that's really set in stone is when you play. So what you play is is up to you.
I have a singer like that, and he'll just like sling a couple of extra verses in, maybe another chorus, and there's a very specific intro to that chorus as well. And he's looking at you, and afterwards he always says, "Sorry, man, but you went with it," And I should imagine, you do that with another, couple, maybe you're 2 years older than me. I don't know, a couple of years more experience than I have. Do you find an instinct after playing with Willie for so long that you just like I knew you were going to go that way, man, so I went with you. Is it a bit like that?
Well, you have to because he is so unpredictable. He's so unpredictable. He's kind of predictable, With Willie, the rule is less is more, and if you're not sure what to play, don't play anything. So, and as I got older, try to stick close to the melody instead of just playing, all the licks, both of them, So,
well, you got two tuned harp now, so you know two licks.
That's right.
Because that's what I find with the Lee Oscar tunings. I was like, yeah, I could play all this stuff on in second position or on a regular Richter tunes, and then you get the natural minor, and hey, I could do the same things, but now I'm minor.
That's
so I really enjoyed this.
With Somewhere Over the Rainbow, If Only I Had a Brain, I was playing that tuning, the natural minor tuning.
That's a great tuning, right? Not only because like I say, it makes the melody flow, but you find like the chords and rhythm playing and stuff like that. I don't know how much how much you're into that, but I try to switch between the both, because it has some lovely chords, And,
with the chords, then you can still be playing, and you're not stepping on the singer. You always have to look away.
There we are.
Yeah. I think that's why I discovered the echo harp, or it was actually, turned on to me by another player. But the double reed harp.
Oh, the tremolo or the octave?
Yeah, it's called the echo harp, but it is a tremolo harp because you can use it as a pad. You can play the whole song and you don't get in the way. I just use it just coloring, just a pad, and it's I love that harmonica, and you don't really play licks on it. So
that coloring was something I once heard. Love it or loathe it, but Bob Dylan's harp style was once described to me as color tones rather than actual physical notes that he was playing. I don't know what anyone else's view on that is, but I kind of more agree with you with the tremolo there. It makes for it's a lovely like full rich like backing sound. You got a demo for us? Fantastic.
I just happened to find one here.
Oh, I just have this here.
Whoops. This might be the broken one. That's why I was laying it. But I'll just use it. I mean, I'll just play single notes, I mean, that's a lot to be playing on I'll just use it as a pad to come in and to come out.
I find it absolutely fascinating that the harmonica is so versatile, and like I said earlier about the versatility of your playing. I think personally, I think has made you sort of enduring to and attracted to these big legends and stuff like that. Because like you say, it's a maturity. I think it's a versatility and that tremolo. I mean, I haven't had a tremolo in years, but I'm kind of tempted to go and get one now and see what I can do to back up my guitarist. Is that the double-sided one with two keys on it?
This one's an A and a D.
A and a D.
Yeah, and I gave one to Peter Wolf, from Jay Giles. Now he's got Magic Dick to contend with. I mean, who's a brilliant player. But Peter plays a little harmonica, and the stuff he does on it is just kind of like a pad. So he doesn't, under the shadow of Dick, he doesn't have to try to compete. There's no competition there. So Peter's been playing, the echo harp, on some of his records, and just some really beautiful, sweet lines. So.
Yeah, have you ever tried the chromatic ago while we're talking about other harmonicas? Ever tried the chromatic or anything like that?
Yeah, I play a little chromatic. There's one song I play with Willie on the road on tour where I'll play a chromatic where it's in the key of G. So there's only one, the F sharp. There's only one a note I need to slide on, and I'm pretty comfortable in that key. And I took some lessons from Rob Paparazzi. He was brilliant, but he gave me enough in one lesson to last me a year. So I'm still working.
Rob came over to one of our festivals here a few years back, and yeah, it was just apart from in the evening concert, absolutely mind blowing. What I tell him, but yeah, it was like a small condensed bit of information that I'm still thinking about. So
Well, I
yeah,
asked
I
him, I
see.
said, I need something to practice. Let's work on the chromatic. Give me some projects that I have to practice. And man, you can, there was definitely enough practicing going on. But Willie just did a Sinatra tribute. So did I play chromatic? Yeah, there were a couple of pieces where the producer wanted a particular line that was written out. So I had to play, it just sounded better on the chromatic.
I should expect with your tone that it would really suit the chromatic really well, because I find with playing, when I try and I have a similar, nowhere near honestly, but I have a similar sort of, rather than the Chicago or the country blues style. I sort of head to, Lee Oscar was a major influence on myself, so I head towards that tonal style, and I do find that it really does sing on the chromatic when I go for it.
Yeah, I just love the tone of the notes. I'm not real prolific on it, and if something's written out, I can play, a line. But I can't really solo so much on it.
Okay, man. I did that one time. I don't know if you do you want to take us through, Georgia? I can hand over to you completely. I have got your notes to share if you wanted to do that. Do you want to talk to anybody? What harp do we need? Do you want to do that?
No, I just kind of went through, really. That's all I got, really. It's just what I did with the the difference between playing the A and the B on that one little part.
Okay. Yeah, well, I was gonna. Well, I've got your tab here, and we can learn it, or we can just talk more. Any questions? Let me have a look. Is there any questions? Anybody do anything? Oh, someone's asking sort of how you get to put. Now, this is something that I struggled with as a young musician as well. Being able to, I could play. I was quite, technically proficient to start with. I could read music. I knew where all the notes were on my harmonica. I could play, and my tone was okay. But the expression, the feeling. There's one guy in the chat here says he listened to sorry, it's a way back now. It's one song, and it brought tears to his eyes. How did you get that feeling inside of you to come and express through your harmonica? I know it sounds like a really complicated question now I'm saying it out loud, but how do you put that expression into your notes and into your harmonica?
It's just, you have to listen to what the lyrics are. When I'm doing a session or playing with somebody, I always get the lyric sheet, because I don't want to just look at the numbers. I look at the chords. I want to know what the song is about. What the story.
That's great advice. Yeah, I like that.
So,
yeah.
And then try to listen to what the singer's doing, and listen to the other players. And if they're doing something that maybe I can play off of, or that inspires me, to how to approach it, and just. But a lot of it is the lyric, and you just kind of have to create the right mood that fits the lyric. I mean, it's not about the harmonica. It's not about because I'm not really a soloist. I'm not, playing, leading a band by myself. There's a lot of other working parts when I'm recording, and I'm not the main one, So you have to, when I get in and out of the solo, I'll solo, and I'll try to end it with leaving the next player some room for some pickup notes, and if he doesn't jump on it, at least there's some dead air to kind of give you time to digest what I've just played. So I think that's important too, is being able to play well with others.
And I think that's something I'm missing from, the harmonica is always as a lead instrument, and we keep coming back here, and I think it's such a great space that a harmonica can inhabit. And if you don't mind me saying so, not many harmonica players like yourself, like Lee Oscar, like other guys, do that backing, do that just enough, especially, but you're pros. You know what I mean? Absolutely. You're up here, we're kind of down here in the local bar going, hey man, is it my turn yet? Where's my 12 bars?
Yeah.
But
I was lucky.
It's comfortable with letting them intrude on your spaces, I guess, in a way. Yeah.
Well, I was lucky to have most of my career played with songwriters. So the song was the most important thing. The lyric was the most important. And then if you had somebody like Willie, who was a great guitar player, that was the pecking order. You know,
So
the
you think it's good to
vocal.
feed off other musicians can fuel that as well then as
Oh,
you're
yeah.
going through the song, yeah?
Right, right. And with some of the great musicians I've been fortunate enough to play with, they're inspiring. You know, I just did a duet with John Popper. You know,
Wow.
who has a very distinct style. And
He does.
and you know, I'm not a fast player. I'll tell you the story about him. I was doing a duet or a benefit show with Neil Young, where Neil was playing. He was playing diatonic harp, and I would play the echo harps, or he was playing pump organ, and I would play, harp. But either way, two harps did not clash when he and I played. And John was on the show, and Neil says, "We're going to play. John's going to sit in for some song. We'll do some kind of blues." And I'm thinking, oh, damn, it's like me, because I think Neil was doing it on purpose to try to think it turned into a harmonica duel, And I'm thinking, oh, I'm not ready for this. And so I'm thinking, what can I play? I mean, John's such a great player, but he's so fast and blah, blah, blah. So it came to John's solo, and he was brilliant. And he played a million notes, but did it right, but just was so brilliant with what he was saying. And it came time for me to play, and I just played one note and then just held it. The whole solo, just one note, because I knew my tone was gonna win out.
That's fabulous. I'm a massive John Popper fan, and that would absolutely terrify me. I did try, I had a little go at making his licks and stuff like that, but I did rather interestingly on that point see a post way back in the Harpel days of the sort of mid '90s by John Popper about that very thing, about harmonica duel, that he would twirl his. I think in his words, he said he was twirling like some six shooters as he went into the bar, and he'd see the other harmonica players quaking. And at the end, his post was that what we've been saying all along here, that it was a song that matters. He walked out of the bar. He didn't feel he needed to do that and stuff like that. So, but yeah, I mean, I've listened to an awful lot of John Popper, and it is fast and it is insane, but it is again what the song needs. That's good hard rocking blues, isn't it? Blues Traveler.
You see a lot of guitar players jamming with each other, but you don't see a lot of harp players. But it shouldn't be so competitive or such a duel. We did what was this? We did a Doors song on his new record, and it was I thought it was great because we kind of stuck to the original feel of the song, and he would play a lick, I would answer him, and then we would play a lick in harmony together. So I really loved the way that turned out, and he and I play well together because I don't think we compete with each other. We both have different styles, and I don't feel so competitive, or else I wouldn't have gone in that day.
yeah. To be quite honest, I dare say John was probably feeling the same. But I'm going to play all these notes. Mickey's going to play one, and it's all going to be over. What? Why did I learn all these notes? I should have just learned the same one as Mickey. But I've heard that said about guitarists as well. I love my guitar music. It was my kind of first love in a way. And I've heard it said about BB King. BB King couldn't play. Maybe he couldn't play chords. Maybe he couldn't play in only one key. But I think it was on a YouTube. It was on. I think it's on Rattle and Hum on the video that goes to YouTube. It said, BB would play one note and it would all be over. So that's what you did.
Also phrasing. I mean, Willie's phrasing's brilliant. I listen to these. I'll listen to Willie Van Morrison, who I just Willie and Van did a duet. So I'm on 2 songs of Van's, and he's such a brilliant harmonica player, so soulful. It was hard playing with him in there in the studio with all his harmonicas laid out. It's just like, don't screw this one up. But phrasing is so much important. Like we were talking about the other day, listening to the song. I listen to King Curtis. I'll listen to his horn solos. Cornell Dupree, who played guitar with him. BB King. I mean, these are the guys kind of that I listened to that didn't, showboat. I mean, they were just, each note counted. And I think that's, you can get by. You can breathe on the harmonica. I mean, you can physically breathe on the harmonica. So play a note or two and then take a breath. Just kind of back off a little bit. and let the
That's great advice, man. Yeah, I mean, I think like, and it's interesting you're saying about taking it from other instruments, is they're not necessarily imitating harmonicas, because I always wanted to be an electric guitarist in an indie band, especially with Britpop being what it is over here and stuff like that. I always wanted to be an indie guitarist, and there were hundreds of them everywhere playing Oasis covers, but I could play the harmonica. So I thought I just started, imitating guitar licks, and that's really, I think it's really interesting you say there about imitating. You mentioned three instruments, and none of them was imitating another harmonica,
yeah.
because each of those instruments have different phrasings. Just is it because of the nature of those instruments are built or how they're developed? Do you think?
Yeah, I just, they're just, I don't know that, you pick a guitar player you love. I mean, David Gilmour, listen to his solos and his tone. I wish I could get his tone, and I hear he doesn't play through a lot of gear, I'm sure a few pedals, but it's not, like he's got a, floor to ceiling rack, studio rack. But, just steal wherever you can, or borrow, not just steal.
Yeah, stealing from the thieves, more like, isn't it? A bit these days, it must go back about 5 or 6 generations. I've been watching some YouTube clips of a guy called Rick Beato. I don't know if you've heard of him, but he was saying, like, has every song been written? Has every chord sequence been put together and stuff like that, which I was found interesting. But those chord sequences as well, especially in your genre of music. It's not your 12-bar blues, that can, and like even with a singer that's going to throw a verse or chorus at you, they're not necessarily going to be 1-4-5 chords or any of those sorts of progressions either, are they? I mean, are you classically trained? Do you have a a musically background?
I grew up listening to Dylan, and Neil Young, and then Paul Butterfield, and actually the first harmonica players I heard were the English. Were the Brits, was the British invasion, with Brian Jones or Duster Bennett, who I was a fan of. And then as I was listening to the English rock bands, I thought, now where are they getting this from? Who are they stealing this from? And then got into, the Chicago stuff, and when I did get into blues, it was really more the Delta blues that I identified with, Sonny Boy Williamson, Slim Harpo, and then later, of course, Little Walter. But I love the acoustic players, because that's really what I was hands-on, was an acoustic player.
You see, I go for the, I guess I went for the, I don't know if you call them second generation, but obviously I'm a big Lee Oscar fan. Steve Baker, I think he's in here somewhere. Hello, Steve. Yeah, that was a big influence on me as a young man. So I sort of picked up the harmonica.
I've been Steve about 20 years.
Yeah. He's a great guy. Again, fantastic. Another very melodic player. Let's not we make Steve. This isn't a Steve show. Steve's another day. I'm joking. But
Lee's great, and I grew up listening to his record. Well, we're about the same age, but I was listening to his records. He was so melodic in his solo stuff. And then, of course, I think one of my ringtones is Lowrider.
Yeah, we use that. Richard and I use that too. Well, it's Richard's. They really use that to sort of teach, because it's got that. The first song to put a bend, or you can get a bend down that just to like put a bend note in a song, kind of.
Oh, you bend it? No, I'll just call Falisco and say, "Hey, tune me a harp with this note, so I don't have to bend it."
Well, I had a tuning from Lee Oscar that did have, like, if you're talking like a C harp, the draw one was tuned to an F, and I'm pretty sure that was a Lee Oscar idea, and then the blow was tuned to a B flat, so you'd get this massive swooping bend between those two notes, and then it would make like a major 6 and a major 7 chord and draw and blow. But but yeah, people sort of Duster Bennett has rung a bell with people in the chat there. So yeah.
Oh, really? Great.
Yeah, a couple of people saying Duster Bennett. People are honoured to listen to you. I'm just going to relay some of the chat here to go with feedback. Lots of talk about your microphone, and great. Someone's asking, could you repeat the title of the song "Brain" that had the minor tuned harmonica? I think they mean "If I Only Had a Brain." Is that?
If I Only Had a Brain. That had that natural minor tuning. If I Only Had a Brain and Somewhere Over the Rainbow.
Both on the natural minor, were they?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. But you could still do it on. You could probably do it on a country tuned harp with some bends.
Do you overbend? Do you overblow?
Do you do any overblows? I haven't done that. There are guys that do that so good. I mean, Howard Levy, is I think invented that style. So
Yeah, cool. Okay, that's great. Do we have any more questions, anybody? Let me just have a look. Okay. Oh, did you play? Did you play the country tuned on Easy by Lionel Richie? Someone's asking me.
um,
Roger Trowbridge. Yeah.
yeah, I think I did.
Oh, there's some nerds out there, man. We're watching you.
Oh yeah. In fact, when I was getting ready to do that, Lionel said, "Just know that you're covering the most famous guitar solo ever recorded." I think he said that to me right as I was going out to play. So
Yeah,
that
thanks, man. That was really.
no pressure.
Yeah, right. Okay. Yeah. So, Mickey, it's been absolutely fabulous to have you with us today. I can't, I can't believe I'm talking to such a legend. I've got all silly and starstruck, So,
Oh, please.
but it's great, man. So, where can we? Yes, other people asking. Where can we hear your music? Do you have any CDs? Do you have any albums out? Where can we buy it from?
I had a CD that I did in 1988, last century, called Hand to Mouth.
Don't say that. It really wasn't that long ago. I'm not. I can't be that old. Ah.
It's called Hand to Mouth, and basically what we did, we went in the studio with a couple of friends, just turned on the tape machine and just made stuff up, and that's where Somewhere Over the Rainbow lives. But then the last 40 years with Willie, I guess somewhere online is my discography. So there's stuff that the last few years with Willie is pretty good. If you can find any of the live Highwaymen records or and the U2 thing is more of it was just a European release, a song called Slow Dancing that we were in Ireland, and Bono had invited Willie over for dinner, and we brought, I came with my harmonica and Willie had his guitar, and Bono had written a song that he eventually wanted to pitch to Willie, and that was as good a time as any, so we did it. But
Wow, what U2 era was this? Because I liked U2 up to a point, and then they kind of lost me somewhere around. I think it was How to Dismantle an Atomic Bomb. I was like, oh, I'm lost now. But Zooropa, Zoo, and all those amazing albums. Joshua Tree, Rattle and Hum, amazing. So what era was you sort of?
This might have been when they lost you. This was Sub Pop.
Oh, it was after Pop, was it?
Yeah. So they were Sub Pop was a record, and they were just finishing it up. And I don't know if Bono was happy with the mixes, or there was some question because they were really changing their style. And we went in the studio to do this song, and there was a power surge, and the board went down. So there was nothing was working, and we went back upstairs, and I'm thinking to myself, "Damn, this is the only time." Surely my only chance to play with these guys, and it's gone, a power surge. And then, after another couple of glasses of wine, somebody fixed the board, and the power was back on. And we went in and just cut this little song, and it's amazing how they record, because it's live. Everything's live. No headphones. They have monitors on the floor, and they're set up in a circle.
Wow.
So
Wow.
it was, it was great.
Yeah, I guess you've been doing it as as long as they have, and they got their style and stuff like that. Because you see the photographs of doing them like that, and like I said, I was a bit of a fanboy back at the time. And I remember my first experience of U2 was Bono playing the harmonica. I saw Bullet the Blue Sky, well, one of those, and my dad said, "Oh yeah, Bono from U2 plays harmonica," and not instantly, because my dad liked it, it was going to be rubbish. My dad likes it, so it's going to be crap, isn't it? 'Cause my dad likes it, so I don't like that. But he played me that one song, and I was like, that's not great harmonica playing. But the rest of the song was like, that's it, I'm hooked. So I'm pleased that they got an actual harmonica player in for a little while rather than letting Bono do it again.
I think I played the echo harp. I'm not sure. I barely played. It's one of these things that was just so light and kind of ethereal songs. There was no real showboating, especially with these guys around. And I'm standing shoulder to shoulder with Edge, and he's just kind of playing a kind of an ambient sound. So that's really all I did. And then you can hear Bono telling them, because nobody knew the song, so he calls it middle eight. What's that, the bridge? Is that what we call the bridge? So you can hear him kind of talk, holler out middle eight, so there's a little stumble, and everybody, does what they have to do. But that's it's the song's called "Slow Dancing," and it was on one of their records. I think was a European release.
I'm gonna go and look. I'm gonna go and look that up because that's just two of my heroes on one record. That'll be all good.
Yeah.
I'm sure I'll find you two, like I say, are such a diverse style and another versatile bunch of musicians that eventually, I guess, they'll make a record comeback that I will like again. So,
They
so
were
that's
the
good.
sweetest guys on the planet. I mean, they were so
Yeah.
unassuming, and it was only they were the only ones in the studio. Willie, myself, and a friend of Bono's who was traveling with us, who actually had a film crew circling. She was in Ireland doing a video for Willie, so she had her film crew just circling the building in case we got into the studio, and they did, and they filmed it, but with no lights. So there's some video out, that's very dark and grainy.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so I'm getting a couple of requests in the chat now for you to actually play Georgia for us.
Oh, okay.
Would you do us the honor, Mickey, please?
Yeah,
I mean,
I just really play that solo because I don't really play the whole melody, but I'll play the solo what I did with Willie, what my part is with Willie. So with the major seventh, with the country tuning. So that's all the solo I get.
That tone, mate, that tone, those when you lift them bend notes up and then put the vibrato just on the end. Not like when we were talking before, whereby we got to that stage where we put vibrato on everything. It was just on the end there. Absolutely just.
You kind of have to sing the song to yourself, so that's, I think if I played it again, I'm sure it would be different. So
all those years with Willie Nelson completely rubbed off on you then.
Well, you've got to change it up because basically we play the same songs every night, but we play them differently. We try to play, a little different arrangement because for a while there we were doing, 200 nights a year. So just to keep it from getting old, now I'll be happy to go back and play those songs when we go back.
Yeah, I mean that sounds like. I mean, I taught a little bit when I was a youngster, but as a sort of part-time musician, you think, oh yeah, 200 nights on the road. That sounds amazing. That sounds fun. That sounds great. I bet is it a young man's game? Does it start off being fun and then like I'm washing my underpants in a motel sink again? For God's sake, how is it?
Yeah, it's definitely a young man's game. I mean, I'll be 70 before we go back out on the road again, probably. And we've got our rhythm down, but I'm actually enjoying being home. I mean, last year I was gone. Well, not 2020. The year before I was gone a lot with Willie, and then every weekend I didn't work with Willie. I went out with Chris Stapleton, and he tours very civilized. I mean, he goes out Thursday, Friday, Saturday, back Sunday. So anybody that has families can actually have a real life. And where Willie just kind of, I mean, in our heyday, we'd go out for 10 weeks at a time. Now we might go out for 2 weeks, but only play maybe half of those times. So we'll play 2 days in a row and then maybe take a day or two off just to give him a rest. So I'm spending, I've got, half the time or days off on the road. So
what have you been doing with yourself during the pandemic to sort of keep yourself occupied? Do you still practice harp every day? I mean, I've got to be honest, I don't. Perhaps I should,
I don't play every day, but I do practice a lot. And actually, I've just been going through. I just started the Jimmy Reed collection and just started, working. The guy before me was playing some wonderful first position, which I don't really get to play that much. So I'm just kind of exploring that because I've never had a blues gig, So I'll just put on, pick an artist and then just stream. And just play along with him. I worked on Redheaded Stranger, which was the first record I did for Willie, or that I played on with Willie. Sony has a new format called Sony 360. So it's a kind of an immersive audio where quad was 4 speakers. We mix this with 13 speakers. So when you're wearing headphones, it sounds like you're sitting in the middle of the band because, you have sound coming from behind you, below you. And so the first project of Willie's we did that I remixed was Red-Headed Stranger. And that's going to be out. I'm not sure when, but it's only on a streaming services. It won't be hard copy. And then Willie's working on another record. I just was in the studio with him last week, and I do a few sessions here and there.
Fabulous. It just sounds like it's such a, it sounds like a great lifestyle, man. I'm truly, that sounds amazing. I mean, say about getting in the studio, that just rung a bell with me because I'm a home recorder. I have a little go, and I've done some stuff for bands, nothing pro, always mucking around. But even in my era, I've been playing 30 years. I've seen such a massive change in recording facilities, recording techniques, the equipment. We've got digital, we've got DAWs. Everyone's got a recording studio.
Yeah,
it's just something.
Almost. You have to.
Yeah.
I mean, I do. I just got this Neumann, and I use the Royer, and I use the Apollo Twin, because I'm only recording just the harmonica. So I'm using the Apollo and a couple of the UAD plugins, Telefunken mic pre's and Neve mic pre, and that's all I need really. Just if somebody sends me a song, sends me a file, I can overdub the harmonica on it. And
I love that about modern technology. I absolutely love that. I've guested on a whole bunch of local bands' albums and done sort of virtual jams just by, like say, you buy a couple of $100 or £100 on a nice sort of condenser microphone, get your DAW, and you're away. It's I think it's sort of kept a lot of musicians through the last year as well. But I don't know, do you think that'll extend past this and just become a bit more of how we do stuff? Someone will send you track rather than you traveling to a studio, or do you think you will get back to that?
Well, it's probably cheaper because they don't have to rent a studio. I mean, I'd much rather be in the studio, and the artists would much rather have me there. But sometimes logistically, it's not possible. And I can take a laptop, and my interface with me fits in a backpack. So I could actually do it. And I've done overdubs in the dressing room, set up in the shower, great natural echo, in a dressing room.
Everyone picturing Mickey in the shower. Thanks for that, man. on that.
Well, we recorded all of Emmylou Harris's records. All of the harmonica I did on her albums was done in a shower.
Really? For the natural reverb because of the all-tile and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Fantastic. And what an artist she is, what an artist you are, what arts you've worked with, mate. Well, unfortunately, and I'm gutted here, but we've come to the end of our chat and your segment. I mean, thank you so much. Is there anything else you'd like to share with us and part with us before you go, man? I feel absolutely full, overflowing.
Thank you very much, and learn a trade, learn to weld.
Well, I'm a graphic designer, which was good because I couldn't play harp, so I got graphic designed all the way, man. It's fine, thank you. I'll tell my children that. Put down your instruments. You're like my father. Get a real trade.
Yeah. I know that's the hardest thing. Telling your parents that you're going to be a harmonica player. It would have been easier to tell them, to tell them I was living an alternative lifestyle, to come out with my parents and to say I was going to be a harmonica player.
Yeah, no, my parents just weren't having it. that was just the end of that was it. I had to move out, and that didn't go great either. So here I am, introducing great harmonica players. Which, to be honest, I couldn't be happier. It all worked out great in the end. Mate, I really appreciate you coming to spend your time with us. I mean, everybody, if I could see a show of hands clapping in the air for Mr. Mickey Raphael, please, everybody, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Nick has a quick question before we go. Hello. What was Nick's question? Nick from Bristol. Okay. It was about the tongue blocker or lip purser. Are you one by choice? Was it forced upon you as a child? I'm kidding.
No. Tongue blocking was forced upon me by Joe Falisco. But I do. I mean, I'll play octaves. But as far as I'm not that comfortable doing tongue blocking for single notes, but it's something I can do during the pandemic. Something.
Well, this is it. We've got some practice time now. Hey, so I'm off to practice on my melodic tone. To be quite honest, mate, is what I'm going to go and do. Mickey, thanks again. Are you going to be in the bar for a little while afterwards? Are you going to chat to people?
I'll go wherever they tell me. So
okay, Richard, hello.
I just
Yeah.
wanted to say, Mickey, we've always been planning at Harpin by the Sea. We theme every year, and we haven't yet gotten around to doing country. So I'm hoping that maybe once we get back to normal, amidst all your touring and so on, maybe we could twist your arm to come over this way
Oh yeah.
for a country themed Harping by the Sea. What do you reckon?
Oh yeah. You mean like in person?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, of course. You mean like going to London, Europe? Of course.
Yeah.
No, it's even better. It's Brighton. You know, there's not so many people, and there's a seaside.
Oh, I think we played there one time. There's possible. I think we took. Did we take the train? Yeah, I think I've been to Brighton by the Sea.
Oh, it's Hove, actually. I'm being corrected. It's isn't it? Because I get wrong for this all the time. With
Yeah,
Brighton and Hove, and never the twain.
Mickey, here in Hove, we're a little bit posher than Brighton. We get out of the bathtub for a leak, okay?
Oh, really? Hey, you mean you can do that? I never thought about that.
Okay, so I think we've got some we've got some video. We've got some more video to play out with, and Mickey's going to hang around and hopefully go in the bar and have a chat. And yeah, man, thanks ever so much again. Really, really appreciate it.
All right, thank you for having me. And I'd love to be there in person next time.
Well, that's it then. You're booked. No,
Okay.
we hope we're all there in person, and you know we're gonna, when we're allowed to, you know, make physical contact. We're gonna hug. It's gonna get weird, but you know it'll all be good and fun. I'm gonna hand over to our man on the videotape now, Mr. Russell Turner, Mr. RT Run VT, wherever you are, please, sir.
When you can't find the light to guide you through a cloudy day, when the stars ain't shining bright, it feels like you've lost your way. When the candle lights of home burn so very far away, oh, you got to let your soul shine, just like my daddy used to say. Sunshine, oh, it's better than sunshine. It's better than moonshine. It's damn sure better than rain. Now people don't mind. We all feel this way sometimes. You got to let your soul shine, shine till the break of day. Thinking I had it made, gonna make it on my own. But life can take the strongest man, make him feel so alone. And now sometimes I feel a cold wind blowing through my aching bones. I think back to what my daddy said. He said, boy, in this darkness before the dawn, let your soul shine. Oh, it's better than sunshine, better than moonshine, damn sure better than rain. People don't mind, we all feel this way sometimes. Got to let your soul shine, shine till the break of day. Sometimes a man can feel this emptiness, like a woman has robbed him of his very soul. And a woman too, God knows she can feel like this. Well, hey, when your little world seems cold, you got to let your spirit take control. talking about sunshine. It's better than sunshine. It's better than moonshine. It's damn sure better than rain. Yeah, now people don't mind. We all feel this way sometimes. Got to let your sun shine. Yeah, shine on and on and on. Oh, it's better than sunshine. It's better than moonshine. It's damn sure better than rain. Now people don't mind. We all feel this way sometimes. Got to let your soul shine, shine till the break of day. Go ahead, Vicky. Sunshine is better than sunshine. It's better than moonshine. Damn sure better than rain. Now people don't mind. We all feel this way sometimes. Got to let your sun shine. Yeah, shine on and on and on and on and on to the break of day. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Hi everybody, thank you Russ, thank you for organising everything guys, thank you to Mickey Raphael. What an absolute treat, what an absolute treat to see Mickey Raphael all the way from Dallas, Texas, as you do, on a Friday evening. And Paul, I tell you what, great questions. Wow, I am so envious, so envious. What have we had this evening? For goodness sake, first day online, Harpin By The Sea, a wonderful audience. We've still got 146 people with us in the Zoom room here, other people on YouTube, 1,700 British pounds for charity, money in the PayPal to support our artists. What have we done wrong?
Where did it all go right for Harpin By The Sea, mate? Eh? Well, amazing. Yeah, thanks everybody. It's been cracking. Thank you for coming to see us. Thank you for coming and looking at our little meeting here. And yeah, thanks to the artists this evening. Incredible advice. You know, outstanding content. You'll absolutely love it.
Paul, I've got an idea.
What's that, mate?
Should we do it again tomorrow?
Oh, go on then, if we have to. Who have we got
Should
tomorrow?
Should we make a weekend of it? What do you think?
Well, go on then. You're normally I get far too drunk in the cellar bar on a Friday night at the Brighton one, and then wake up Saturday morning wondering if I've got to teach all day. I scrape through 6 hours and then drive home to Lowestoft to all of 5 hours drive. So yes, mate, I'd love to come back tomorrow from the comfort of my own home and do this again for 2 days.
Well, I think you're going to have to, because you're first up, mate. You're our artist tomorrow morning.
Oh yeah,
you're on the hot spot.
Oh, awkward questions from Mr. Taylor then.
Yes, I'm going to think up some fiendish and devilish questions to shovel your way. I tell you what, the backing track that you did for all our promo videos, you know, that one that goes through 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, it goes through every twist in the book. That is... That's the one. That is now on our website. Yeah, you can go and see. It says promo tune. Guys, you can download that tune and practice on your A harmonica going through 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th. And we'll even do it at my workshops at Harpin by the Harp Surgery. We'll get you back to our weekly workshops with Mary Beth and the gang. Yeah, you come and do. But you're up first tomorrow. I tell you who I've seen. I'm going to name drop here. I saw Marcus Cole in the room. Ricky Cool was with us. Son of Dave. Stuart Mackay, our co-founder, has been with us all day.
It's good to know he's keeping an eye on us. Old Stuart there. What are you lot up to without me? Let's have a look. Oh, is that what it was, Stuart? Are you still here? We're doing fine, thanks, mate. Miss you.
Dave Ferguson was there from Cape Town. Steve Baker, Sammy Boy Wilkinson and Simon Joy and Roger Trowbridge from Harmonica UK, and on all our lovely harp surgery workshop bunnies, Dan Cashin was back, Brian, my friend Brian, Mary Beth, Sarah O'Sullivan, Big George was with us, Dave Carter, Derek, Azza, and our good friend Juraj, who used to be in Brighton, is now in, forgive me Juraj, Slovenia or Slovakia. I'm English, I don't know the difference. But you're there, and you came in today, cracking videos that George does on YouTube. What we got up for tomorrow? You're kicking off.
Yeah, there's me. Then there's the incredible Dave Ferguson, all the way from Cape Town in South Africa. Going to do some harp looping, hopefully, and do all that. That's right. Here we go. Yeah, and then we're going to be doing a little presentation and a chat about Blue Moon harmonicas and how fabulous they are, and followed by Mr. Steve Weston. What a tone, what a harp player, what a suit. I hope he wears the suit, I really do. I want to get me one of those, although I'm not sure I could wear it just as well. But yeah, then we've got Harmonica UK coming on. Who are they, Richard? What are they all about?
Well, I tell you what, they are a splendid group of folks who are basically the charity, the UK version of SPA. If you're in the US, you know all about SPA and the wonderful work they do. Over on these shores, we have Harmonica UK. You can visit them, Harmonica UK, harmonica.co.uk. And they're a charity over here. They do loads of stuff. They have an annual festival. And they're going to be telling us all about the wonderful things they get up to, including their latest magazine, which is online. And we do urge anybody who's not a member already of Harmonic UK to become a member. You don't have to just live here. We have members all around the world. So
you get a magazine, you get an old style magazine, you get something to hold, you get something to look at and fold and stuff like that, don't you? As opposed to all this digital stuff. You get something real and tangible.
Yes, a proper pucker magazine that you can read. You know, each time you have a cup of coffee, you can turn the page each day, and you can take it to bed and leave it on the bedside table. You show all your friends. It's a marvelous thing. If it's a bit warm, you can fan yourself and cool yourself down with it. It's tremendous. So yeah, they're going to be here, followed by a local, our good friend Mr. Will Wild, who's normally we're in schools together teaching harmonica to small harmonica players. Will's a great teacher. He's going to be with us as well, isn't he? And someone who took us all by storm a couple of years ago from Uruguay, Fede Vaz from Montevideo. This is one of the cats who travels around the world almost literally with just a C diatonic harmonica in his pocket.
Makes you sick, doesn't it? Absolutely sick. It makes you want to throw them all away. Absolutely makes me sick.
He can't play it, but he carries it everywhere he goes. Yeah. No, and he does chromatic stuff on it. He does jazz on it. He does Latin on it, and he's going to show us all about that. Then, of course, we've got our dear friend, Mr. Greg Humans, joining us from Blows Me Away. Going to talk to us all about his
computer. Did you fix your computer?
Yeah. I think he's back in action now.
Oh, thank you. Awesome. Good. That's great.
That's not good, is it? I mean, I'm sure he'll tell us about it tomorrow. But when your computer system goes down and bites the dust, that's never fun. So I know Trevor and the guys have been giving him lots of support. Thanks to the backroom team there. And then, who's joining us last up tomorrow? All the way from California once again. I mean, Greg's from California, obviously. He's going to be joining us. But Mark Hummel for the first time. And if we're lucky and we can go live again next year, Mark's going to actually come over in person and join us. So I'm sure we're all looking forward to what a wonderful lineup. I tell you what I'm going to say was I'm going to share something else on screen, if I may.
Please make sure you get the right tab, because looking at your doctor's report the other day was absolutely.
Well, I know.
Just get some cream for that.
Well, I know, and the fees. Goodness gracious! And could you read any of it? I'm glad you could. Just to remind folks, we do have T-shirts for sale with our fabulous logo on here, the Harpin By The Sea logo, in the colours. We haven't yet been called by Benetton. But anyway, these are united colours of Harpin By The Sea. All the colours available. I think I've heard they've been selling like hot. They've been flying off the shelves today. However, I tell you what, speaking to our friends at Hona, it's the anniversary of the Marine Band, as we know. And in our raffle, as I'm sure everyone's seen, we have number 117, serial number, gold-plated Marine Band anniversary, 125th anniversary harmonica, exclusively for Harpin By The Sea. Number 117 out of 125 is top prize in our raffle. Now, you see this T-shirt on screen. You can see that. I've got one here, as well, here in the size L. L for large.
I won't fit you, Richard. That's just my size as it goes, mate.
No, I need sumo size. This is L.
I was saying that you needed a smaller one, but if you were talking
I know what you were saying.
I'll leave it out. No, I think that's definitely my size, though.
You're just mischievous. I know you are. Well, you're not allowed to because you're on the team. You've got your T-shirt. But I tell you what, for the lovely people watching us, I've got a quick fire question. For those of you who are in the Zoom room. If you want to win yourself a large anniversary T-shirt, I've got a question for you. And the question is, you're going to have to get your fingers on your keyboards here.
Are we answering in the chat, Richard? Are we answering?
Yeah, would you go in the chat, and the Zoom chat? This isn't going to go. It's going to be too difficult to do this on YouTube. We'll do a separate one for YouTube tomorrow. Okay, we'll get Ben to look at the YouTube feed tomorrow. So if you're on the Zoom chat, I've got a harmonica question for you, but quite a unique one. It's a historical harmonica, not hysterical, but historical harmonica question. Get your fingers on your keyboards for the first person that can tell me what this harmonica is called. It's the granddaddy of the harmonicas, all the way from China.
Okay, we're getting some answers here, Richard. Do you want me to read them out?
And I think the first one up was, who says me Sheng? That is, can you grab that?
Homoactive Slav.
Now, would you jot that down for me? Because that's absolutely right. I was prepared to accept different spellings, but that's first off the mark. This is supposed to be the granddaddy. You can't see it because I'm in my green screen, half of it. But it's the granddaddy of the harmonica, with the little holes here for covering up. So
that's a lovely, lovely noise, Richard. Absolutely,
I tell you what,
beautiful.
The vibrato, the texture, it's all there. It's all there. Yeah, I haven't quite mastered that. It's almost as good as my bagpipe playing. But did you make a note of?
Yes, Mr. Harmoactive. If you could, yes, you didn't win the instrument. No, you didn't win the instrument, my man. You won the T-shirt, I'm afraid.
Yeah, no, the Sheng stays here. But Mr. Harmoactive, or Mrs.
Are you
Harmoactive,
sure you don't want to part with that, Richard? I really feel
would
like you might.
you behave? I had to go all the way to Hong Kong and work a night flight to bring that home. Do you mind? I had to serve chicken and beef in the middle of the night to passengers. Oh, we won't go there, but I tell you what. Yes, we need whoever what was it called again?
Harmoactive, if you could send me a private message, my man, with your
private
email address.
A private massage, did you say?
No, this is you on your flight still, aren't you?
Oh, of course it was,
It's
yes.
been a long day for Richard. He tired.
I'm sorry, I'm losing the plot. I haven't had so much fun since I lost my ticket for the Titanic, Paul. I tell you what. So yeah, if they send you a message or email us or whatever, we'll get this sent out to you. Congratulations there. Tomorrow, what time do we kick off, Paul? I don't know, Richard. Let me tell you. Go on. 10 o'clock. 10 o'clock, the waiting room will open. Yeah. 11 o'clock, our archive video will run, courtesy of the wonder. What's Russ shoveling down there? Is that some Ben and Jerry's? You need another big T-shirt. Stop it now. I'll get you 12. Main stage is Main stage opens up at midday, noon tomorrow. Remember, all the timings are, I nearly said Harmonica UK. No, they're not. All the timings are London, UK. So in the meantime, what time are we now? We are now 21:53 UK. Officially, we got to pad this out for another 7 minutes.
Pad it out. I think it's just some actual content that would be good. Now we've got plenty of good things going on. The raffle. So I've got little reminders here. The raffle that everyone has been donating to, and thank you all so much. This is insane. I never believed we never created an online raffle before. We didn't know how we were going to do it. Usually we just put tickets in a hat and chuck them about. But
do you remember last year?
An online one.
Do you remember last year, Paul? You're absolutely right. We normally do this live, don't we? And the wonderful John Cook, he actually created a silver cover plated, solid silver cover plated harmonica last year, didn't he?
That's right, he did. And I think that all the donations then came into around, of my memory serves, £450
on that weekend.
Would you like to know what we're up to right now on our raffle, Richard?
What does the totalizer say, please, Paul?
It says £1,720.
And that goes to what charity?
Wishing Well Music, who, well, actually, they're a local charity to you in Brighton, aren't they? I know they're very close to your heart.
Perhaps they are indeed.
You tell me, my man. You tell me, my man.
Well, I tell you what they do. There's a big children's hospital down here, and my friends Bella and Amy and Joe, what they do is they take instruments to the bedside of these children who are hospitalised for months on end. Can you imagine that? And they bring the outside in to the bedside with music. The children engage in music, and it's just an example of how powerful music is as a therapy, bedside music therapy. And 1,720 filthy English pounds, wonderful, glorious English pounds. I tell you what,
such generous, lovely people. Thank you all so much. It's absolutely incredible.
That is just absolutely amazing. So congratulations, well done to everybody, and I sincerely hope you'll come back and join us again throughout the weekend. We've got lots more to look forward to, even on Sunday when we've got Aiden's doing Zydeco and Cajun.
I've seen his Zydeco workshops are absolutely nuts, man.
Tremendous. And then that's it. Adam Burney's going to be telling us about Noah Lewis harmonica playing, jug band. We've got Marcus Cole coming to us from Berlin.
I love Marcus' style. It's like, I want to say, I would say aggressive, but it's got some great attack. It's got some great, like, I just can't sit still.
Another great showman. He just blew the windows out when he was at Harpin By The Sea. Took it by storm. Then we've got Steve Baker coming over from Germany. How about that? The wonderful Steve Baker. Our very first international artist way back in, 2013, Harpin By The Sea number. I've got them written on the wall here. It's the only way I can remember it, My arm's not long enough. But 2013, he was our first international artist. And then after him, who have we got? Son of Dave. Son of Dave. Do you remember we had Son of Dave at, well, I don't know if you were there, and Dave.
Well, actually, yeah, I was going to say it's before my time because I've only actually been sequestered into this debacle quite recently by you, as it goes. And yeah,
it is a long time ago. I had hair at that gig. Yeah, and they were on stage looping and soloing, and I remember Dave Ferguson standing on my basement amp as well, jumping up and down. I was sort of going, no, but it survived, and it was one heck of a party, I tell you. And then to finish off with, there's this bloke, I don't know who he is, his name keeps coming up, somebody called Joe Falisco. I don't know if you've ever heard of him, but he's going to join us on Sunday. I heard he's been practicing, he's fairly good. Have you ever heard his name?
no, absolutely no idea. I definitely did not get all silly and fanboy at a particular Harpin by the Sea last year when he was doing his playing two tunes exactly the same time on the same harmonica. That does, yes. No, of course I've heard of Joe Falisco. What, who hasn't? He's a legend.
I tell you something for free. When I had the good fortune to join Roger Trowbridge, give me a wave, Roger, at Spa 2 years ago, and Will Weil went over there as well, blew the windows out. It was marvellous. And on the Sunday, they do an outreach program at Spa for children in the community. This was in St. Louis, Missouri, and or Missouri, as they say over there. And and you should have seen him in action with the children's workshop. I gave him a helping hand, and consequently, last year at Harpin by the Sea, when he came over, he stayed on through till Sunday. And he helped me with our kids live on stage for the very first time at Harpin by the Sea. So
it's that sort of being able to, and I know you asked me to do the beginners as well, and I couldn't do it without your method. So to hear you praising someone else's method is absolutely massive. But it's such a buzz getting people to pick a harmonica up for the first time, and I hope everyone here will, remember that first time you picked up that harmonica and gone, listen to all this noise out of this little instrument here, and him doing that like that is it's the best thing.
It was great. And you talk about it, yes, because I started off, I always used to run the beginners workshops, and then we needed some backup, so eventually you very kindly took over the reins, and you do a stunning job. But do you remember, I remember the first time I sort of everyone went to their workshop rooms, and I was in the main stage, where we do the beginners workshop, bend down to get my notes, turn around, and I almost fell over. There were 40 people. Can you imagine turning around, suddenly 40 people staring at you and going, go on then, show us. What are we supposed to do? Like, what do we do next? It was just, and we never looked back, have we really? And you've been taking over on that one. We've had the BBC come down and record it, haven't we?
I must have been working at that point. I'll let for now, you're all free. You were doing radio interviews, TV shows, and all sorts of crazy stuff.
Radio this morning. That's why I got bags under my eyes. Breakfast radio in Brighton and Hove. BBC Radio Sussex. No pressure. Play us your harmonica. Tell us all about it. And then so the BBC came down and they recorded it. And you can go on our website. If you go on the home page and scroll down, you can listen to it. Listen to it in action on the home page of the Harpin by the Sea's website. Amy Wadge came down on the BBC, quite phenomenal. And then Paul Jones. I don't know if you've ever heard of Manfred Mann or the Manfreds.
Might have met Paul Jones a couple of times.
You're probably too young. But anyway, but he used to talk about us on his blues program as well, as a little recording of him giving us the big push as well. But
all that kind of stuff was before my time. And speaking of before my time, I understand that your usual compadre is in the room somewhere, Mr. Stuart Mackay.
He's very shy, though. He's very shy.
Is he? I wondered if he wanted to sort of come in and have a chat with you for a little while, and I'll retire. Oh! There he is. What are you doing?
Ladies and gentlemen.
Don't strip already,
Yes, where's your uniform? Where's your uniform, Stuart? Show us your badge. You're in. Oh, no, he's gone. No, where's he gone? Yeah, oh, look at this one. There you go. We told you. Mary Beth's got a pink one and Stuart's got a green one. I tell you what,
mute, Mr. Stuart, I'm asking him to unmute.
Yeah, man. That.
What do you reckon, Stuart?
I'm not allowed. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Say something, Stuart.
Hello.
Oh, well, that's a start. What do you reckon, Stuart? It's a bit of a change to when we started off in 2010, isn't it?
Yeah, amazing. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear
Yeah,
you.
fantastic. Yeah, just what a fantastic evening. I think we'll be setting up a new, if only there were enough people in the world, a new video channel. It's been just such a show tonight. And it's been fantastic, yeah. And you two are a very good comedy act, I must say, the one-liners. And it's all off the cuff, I think. It's not written.
No, it's all scripted. I've got a great big blank wall in front of me here.
Yeah.
Are you laughing at us or with us? Is what I want.
A bit of both. A bit of both. Yeah.
Well, I tell you what, Stuart, you know, for so many years it was just you and me, and you were on your bike taking posters around town, weren't you? And I was there not trying to avoid your calls and all the rest of it. And God knows how we got to where we got to, but we're here and you're still part of the team. So when we go live, we expect to see you down at the Brunswick again, giving us a helping hand.
I've got all these really good clothes, man. I've got a Paul Smith suit that I want to wear, but you know, I got nowhere to wear it. So you know, next Harping by the Sea, I'm going to be really well dressed.
You're going to be a sharp dressed man. I can see it now.
And I have to say, it was
don't forget to take your bicycle clips off before you come in, though.
Thank you. I've somehow or another, I'm getting into tongue blocking, you know, in this, just unconsciously, I'm doing it. So I am gaining something from this. Put it on tomorrow night as a, what does that mean? So, yeah, I put the suit on. We were talking about this, having an unofficial prize for the best dressed person on the website. Should I put my suit on tomorrow? Maybe I can put the top half on, possibly.
Yeah. I tell you what, we double dare you. We double dare you. We want you, you know, bib and tucker from the waist up, and your pajamas and slippers from the waist down. I dare you. I dare you. That's what I'm wearing.
I'm not even going to stand up. There's no way.
Paul's there in his Speedos. I've got my pajamas on. Where's Harping by the Sea, Paul? Come on.
Yeah.
What are you going to do? Yeah, no.
Okay, I'll try and wear a tie tomorrow and put a Papa Raphael on, you know. Yeah.
Well, if you can't find a tie, Stuart, get some jump leads, time in a knot, but don't start anything. All right. Stop it. I'm sorry. That was my. That was.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
I'll leave you to wrap it up, man. It's been brilliant. Oh God, man, Mickey Raphael, he's so good. Wow, too cool, you know.
I tell you what, he's improved in the last 2 weeks. He was rubbish when we saw him a fortnight ago. It's quite a relief. He's actually done okay. Stuart, thank you.
And Aki, hey man, you're a comedy act with Aki as well.
Oh, Aki! You can't not be with Aki. That guy's sense of humour is just beyond compare. You know, he's just the most. Well, they're all, aren't we so blessed to have such? Yeah. What a community the harmonica, the world community has. You know, friends and mutual interests and so forth. So, I tell you what, Stuart, I salute you. Harping by the Sea salutes you.
Thank you.
Everyone give Stuart a big wave. Without him, we wouldn't be here, folks.
Yeah, put those posters up. Okay,
we're getting to the
tomorrow. Thanks for everyone who's tuned in as well. It's been brilliant. Thank you. Yeah. Okay.
And to you too, Stu. God bless you, my friend. And I think that's Paul. I forgot your name. Who was it? Oh yeah, here it is. Paul Gillings, HBTS. I think it's actually time to wrap up now, isn't it?
Yes, I think it's nearly time for one last of today anyway, for Russ to run VT in a little second. Yeah, I might nip in the bar actually and go and see what's going on. I think, you know, I might see how much I traumatized Mickey Raphael with all the questions. I think he's still in there. Let's see who's this nosy little so-and-so asking me. But yeah, I'm going to nip in there for a minute, mate. So I might just leave you to it.
Hey, yeah, nice one, Stuart. Please give Paul Gillings a big round of applause. Russ Turner in the VT room, Ben Rees in the back room, Trevor in the back room as well, Matthew, who's been our doorman today. I don't think he had to kick anybody out today. We'll see how we get on tomorrow. Don't be a stranger. Tell all your friends. This is Harpin by the Sea signing off for today. We'll see you tomorrow morning, all times of UK. Russ, Uncle Russ, for the very last time today, would you be so kind as to run TV? Let's change that. Run VT, sir.
I sip rain champagne when I'm thirsty. Hell, you can bring me a reefer when I wanna get high.
down, sideways, and Boney M? Yeah. After that, Oreo Speedwagon? Oh, good. Yeah.
Play some Metallica.
That's Wind and Fire.
AC/DC.
All right. I'll do one of mine then. Here she goes. Like a hellhound. Come on, little finger! Here we go, here we go, here we
I'm gonna show you how nice a man can be. You ever heard that, ladies? One of these fine days, babe, I'm gonna show you how nice a man can be.
young people, now you listen to me.
You're all spoiled. You've had it easy. Slug on, a two-tone double in it. Money grabber is your shark. Slug on, a two-tone double in it. A money grabber will make two look just like three. With a chicory pug going. Think a bad thing look good to me. With a chicory pug going.
And I was swimming in the deep sea. But I'd have all you good-looking catfish swimming, if you swim in oh, everything. Well, I'm broke and I'm hungry. I'm ragged, baby. I'm so ragged and I'm so dirty too. If I clean up that darling, can little Stevie come home with you?
When the girl reached the age of 18, she began to think she's grown. That's the kind of little girl you can never find at home. Come see me early in the morning, baby, by the break of day. Lord, you saw me hug my pillow where my baby used to lay. One drink of wine, two drink of gin. A pretty girl, you bug me. In the shape I mean, come see me early in the morning, baby, about the break of a day. Lord, you saw me hug my pillow where my baby used to lay. The juke joint and I peeped through the door. She's doing the woogie woogie in the middle of the floor. Come see me early in the morning, maybe by the break of a day. Lord, you saw me hug my pillow where my baby